Kayla with an 80. So Sarah moving on. Great shooting, ladies. All right, next up, our number 2 qualifier, Stephanie Evans. And Stephanie, you want to shoot on the left or the right?
I want to be here.
She wants to be on the left. And then do you want to shoot first or second?
Ooh, I think today I want to shoot first.
All right, Stephanie's going to shoot first. She's going to take the hammer, see if she can put some pressure on Sarah. All right, they're resetting the targets. So let's ask Stephanie a couple of questions. I think everybody up here north knows Stephanie, but tell us a little bit about you and your equipment.
So my name's Stephanie Evans, not Rustad like Joe said yesterday. I'm from Letterfly Archery up in Mount Vernon. I'm shooting a Matthews TRX today. I'm just excited to be here again.
Oh, fantastic. Anybody that's been to the Archery World Classic, Stephanie's been up here multiple times, had good success up here. I believe you've won before, correct? Oh, she's got the buckle.
Now you can stare at.
So how many times have you shot the Classic, and what's your results?
I have 2 buckles now, and then I think I lost 2 years to Emily, so.
So it's been the Steph and Emily battle for the last couple of years. All right, so qualified second, going to try and get up and get yourself another buckle.
We're going to see.
All right.
But we're all really close. So. We are all very close.
All right, looks like the targets are set up. Stephanie's going to shoot first, so when you're ready, just give Gene a nod and he'll get you started.
Okay, we got a couple of technical glitches popped out, so we're jumping right in here to the Archery World Classic. You're watching the women's bow hunter freestyle shootout for 3rd and 2nd place. We may have missed a couple of the events, so Tim Davis and Jason just shot out for the senior men's bow hunter freestyle, and Tim took that victory. That's his 2nd consecutive win in a row. Now we're looking at Stephanie Evans. I called her Stephanie Rustad yesterday a couple of times, but she was married, and I forgot that. And so she didn't like that shot. I think it was not intended, obviously, to be that low, so that's a 9. I'll tell you what, Ms. Schultz is shooting really good. She got 4th last year. Stephanie's won a couple of times in a row. And it looks like Steph's arrows are all a little bit low and left. Don't know if that's the way she's looking through the peep or the lighting that could affect it. Hadn't seemed to affect Sarah, so last arrow's an 8.
The tough question, how are the nerves, and do they get any better the longer you stay up here?
They're shaky and maybe a little better after you've been up here for a bit. The adrenaline starts to wear off.
Yeah. Does your coach ask you, giving you any strong advice from his experience yesterday, or is he just here for support?
Breathe. Breathing is good. Passing out on the podium is not recommended.
If I remember right, I think that's the same advice you gave him yesterday. Just breathe, right?
Yep.
All right, let's see what the scores are. They're tallying them up down there. All right, we got a tight match early. Sarah with a 29 and Stephanie with a 28. So they'll bring the arrows back, and then we'll be ready to get started with the second end.
just to thank some sponsors. You saw who is representing and helping us grow this shoot. We're right back into it now. This is their second scoring end. Stephanie's holding a little bit left there. It could be the lighting. There's additional lighting on the platforms that you don't see in the warm-up area because it's a different section. Could just be nerves.
This is my assistant coach, Hallie.
So she helps you up there at the Letterfly Archery? Fantastic. You guys do a fantastic job up there with the kids. You bring a big group here every year, which I know we appreciate. And from what I've seen, all the kids are so well coached, well behaved. They do a fantastic job, and it seems like they always have fun.
Thank you. Yes, that's one of our, think positive, shoot positive. We're all about positivity here.
Yeah, fantastic. So, as many times as you've been up here, do the nerves get better, or are they the same every year?
Oh, they are absolutely the same every year, no matter how much you practice it. And Joe tells me I'm wrong. It's 10 degrees hotter up here. Even though we're not that much closer to the lights, it's hot.
Yeah, I think those boxes are heated, actually.
Yeah, it's just radiating.
All right, so after the second end, Sarah's got a 58-55 lead. And I'll remind you, ladies, that that red button right there allows you to shoot a 12 if you think you might need it. I think a coach.
All right, let's take a look at how they got here. We had a technical glitch in the beginning, so we'll take a look. Kayla stepped up and shot against Sarah. Sarah prevailed in that. Now Stephanie is shooting against Sarah. Stephanie was seated higher, so that gives her lane choice and first or second arrow. Throughout the weekend, there were over 220 archers. We've narrowed it down to the top 4 in each division. We unfortunately had a glitch and we didn't get to bring you the finish of the senior men's bowhunter freestyle, but Tim Davis did win that. He did prevail, and he will win some cash and some money. First place of this division, it's going to be $289 for first place, and second place is $116. But they're not after the money. There's a buckle, and then there's a lot of pride on the line here. So Stephanie has won this before, and Sarah got 4th last year, and she's already bumped up to 3rd, so she's guaranteed 3rd place. But she wants that buckle, I know it. Looks like Stephanie's shooting a hinge. This is the final arrow for Sarah. A little bit of a hiccup there. Ooh, she almost busted that arrow. That could kick her out, but it kicked her in, so that's good.
She's down there, so it looks like Sarah's going to move on unofficially. Yeah, Oscar talking it up back there. All right, fantastic job, ladies. So looks like Stephanie is going to finish in 3rd. And we're paying out the top 2 in the women's bowhunter freestyle class. So unfortunately, Stephanie's going to be the first one out. But fantastic job, Stephanie. And I want to, as a representative of Archery World, I want to thank you guys for everything you do for the kids and for bringing so many kids up here every year. I know Megan and Joe really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having it because it's really fun to bring them too.
All right, fantastic. Let's see what the final score is. All right, looks like 88 for Sarah, 84 for Stephanie. All right, so next up, we're going to have our final match of the women's bowhunter freestyle. Coming out, your top qualifier, Allison Monroe. And Allison, would you like to shoot left or right?
Right.
All right, she's going to move Sarah and shoot on the right-hand side, and then do you want to shoot first or second?
First.
All right, so Allison's going to shoot first. All right, and a quick announcement. Men's bow hunter freestyle, if you guys want to slide over to the practice range and start getting warmed up. Men's bow hunter freestyle, you guys can slide over there and start getting warmed up. All right, Allison, while they're getting set up, we'll ask you a few questions. Where are you from? Any sponsors? And then what equipment are you using?
Klamath Falls, Oregon, no sponsors. I'm shooting an Elite Remedy bow, Spot Hog sight, spider bars, goat release.
So true ball, and then what kind of arrow? What arrows are you shooting?
These are black eagles.
Looks like some black eagles. Nice. All right, looks like the targets are set up. You're going to start first, so whenever you're ready to shoot, just look over at Gene there, give him a head nod, and we'll get started.
All right, this is the final match for first and second place. Allison shot an impressive qualification round and stayed in for the brackets as well and added to her ag. So she had a 674 to Sarah's 647, but all those scores are wiped once you're on the podium. That's just to rank you to know how the shoot-off's going to work and seed you for that. But Allison's chose to shoot first. She's shooting the goat. And her first arrow is a mid-ring 9. We'll see. Sarah has been up there for a minute, so I think she's going to start to feel a little bit comfortable with that. And she does, and she shoots an 11. That one got away from her on that arrow. She knows it too. Oh, that got away from Sarah as well. So we'll see. That's a lot of math from a guy from Tennessee. So we're going to let the judges add that up. We'll see how that changes on that.
Have you shot the Classic, and have you made the podium or been out here on the stage before?
I've been shooting about 3 to 4 years, same as these ladies, and this is my first time shooting the Classic.
All right, first time shooting the Classic, and you made the podium, and you're out here on the final stage. How are the nerves?
They're ramped up.
So the nerves are ramped up. You did a great job of keeping it down there. Do you think it's going to get any easier, or is it going to get more difficult?
I hope it's going to get easier, but we'll see.
All right, fantastic. All right, we got scores posted. We got a tie, 26-26.
After all that craziness on that first end, now we still have a tied game, so there's 2 more ends to go. Those nerves are in full effect right now. This is the Women's Bow Hunter Freestyle. This weekend, over $20,000 in cash and prizes are given away at the Archery World Classic, held the first weekend in December, classically every year. Next year, we plan on being in another venue because we've outgrown this one with over 220 archers. We're going to find a venue to continue to grow that, so we'll let everyone know when we get that. Looks like it's still going to be a tie game. Both arrows low at 6 o'clock in the 9 ring. There she goes. That's an 11. 8, you see that bow starting to cant and move a little bit. And bow hunter freestyle, you're not allowed to use more than a 12-inch stabilizer off the front of the bow. You can use as much weight as you want. You can use a back bar too, like you see Allison using that bar that's protruding from the back. Looks like Sarah's not choosing to do that, but it can make an effect. So the bow inherently moves more. You cannot use a lens either, even though they have, like Sarah has a scope on there. It has no lens in it. It's just got a fiber optic. She's on the clock now. She started with 30 seconds. She's got feeling the pressure. She knows this shot's got to count. She's got a coach in her box, probably counting down at this point. So she had to get that shot off. And that's full effect pressure.
So Sarah, we're getting down to the last end. Do you have a 12 strategy that's needed?
No.
No strategy. And that sounds
no
like a big
strategy.
no on the 12 too, maybe. So how the nerves going? We got one last end. How are the nerves doing now?
They're still shaking. Yeah.
Yeah, a little nervous, yeah. I've been up on that box before and it never gets easier, trust me, never. So Allison, who you got in your coach's box and why?
Our friend Aaron standing in for my husband because he's warming up, getting ready to shoot.
All right, any words of advice from Aaron, or is he just back there for moral support?
He's doing a great job of moral support for me.
Nice. Sometimes all you need is just a little head nod. All right, looks like the scores are posted. Allison with a 55-50 lead over Sarah, going to the last end, last 3 arrows.
So that made a pretty significant change there. So that 7 and that 8 cost Sarah pretty much, but she's shaking a lot. There's the 12 ring in play, but you know the yellow is a big dot to aim at, and there's a 10 and 11 in there. So if you push the button for the 12 ring when you're that nervous, you either hit a 12 or an 8 or 7 most likely. So she's going to stay shooting at the middle. Allison's first arrow is a 9. Center punch that, so she's feeling pretty good. Hopefully that's a 2-point gain. She's still got 3 to make up. So it may come into play on this last arrow. It depends on what Allison does here. Shoots another 9. So if Sarah can shoot an 11, then she may very well go for that 12. Oh, and she does. So this is going to be tight. It looks like it's a 1-point game right now. Depending on what Allison does here will probably dictate what Sarah chooses to do with that 12 button. And that looks like it's another 9. So I would imagine her coach has just advised Sarah to shoot at. I don't know if that'll do it. We'll see. We'll see.
Fantastic job, ladies. That was Sarah started out with a couple of really strong arrows, so this is going to be too close for me to call from back here. We'll see what the final score comes up with, but great shooting, ladies. Looked like the nerves were getting a little bit jittery there at the end, as usual when it's the last couple arrows.
Just a little bit.
All right, they're tabulating there. They've got it turned, so that usually means it's really close. They like to build the suspense. Oh, Sarah almost makes the comeback. Allison takes the win 82-81. Great job, Sarah. Good shooting. She shot through 2 other competitors to get to the final and is going to take home a check for, looks like $119 for second place. And then your 2024 Women's Bowhunter Freestyle Champion is going to be Allison Monroe, and she's going to take home a check for $289. All right. Great job, ladies. We will take a quick break. We're going to do the men's senior bow hunter freestyle awards and do a couple of giveaway drawings, and then we'll get started with our next class.
All right, there's a project that we have been working on for several months now, actually several years. I'm Joe, I'm the owner of Archery World and also the founder and CEO of a new program that we're running. So here's a little sneak peek of that. So hopefully this generates some questions for you and gives you some information about what we've been working on here.
So senior men's bow hunter freestyle second.
So this is a project I've been working on for the last couple of years. We are forming a co-op amongst all the other pro shops in the Northwest. We're inviting you to contact me at joe@archerynorthwest.com. Learn more about it. We're going to be doing things that are not possible as individual small mom and pop shops, but are very possible when we combined our forces together. So there's going to be access to so much inventory. We want the customers to have a better customer experience. We want to be able to increase that foot traffic. We want those pro shops around the Northwest to thrive. So we are going to change that game. So the manufacturers of the bows all know about this. We're working with them to instill this new way of thinking and to practice the things that are going to allow them to produce the products and get it in the hands of the pro shops and get it in the hands of those members. So now we're going to turn it right back to the men's bow hunter freestyle at the Archery World Classic, where you've got your top 4 shooters that are seated out and ready to compete for the top prize.
some pressure on Don. Are you guys ready? All right, step up on the box. Keith, whenever you're ready, you're going to look at Gene over there and give him a nod, and he'll get the clock started.
All right, Don Monroe on the left side of your screen there. He couldn't be in the shooter's box because he qualified fourth and his wife was sitting first, Allison, in the women's bow hunter freestyle. So they shoot the same category, just the way they happen to fall. He needed to be on the practice range. That's why she had Aaron back there in her box. First arrow out of the bow for Keith is a 9. Don is an 11. Looks like another 9 for Keith. They qualified really close through the qual rounds and the brackets. 689 for Keith to 684 for Don. So they're not far off at all. Don didn't like that shot. I don't think I saw him make a squinched face before it even hit the target, and you know that result shows that. So he knows what he did. So a set of 9s for Keith. And a 10 for Don to finish out.
And done for the men's bow hunter freestyle. All right, Keith, let's start with you. Give us a little bit of information about yourself and what equipment you're shooting.
No, I'm Keith, out of Bellingham. I shoot up at Silver Arrow Bowman in Mount Vernon. I'm shooting a PSE Super Focus, black gold sight, and some custom homemade bars.
Nice. And you got any sponsors, or are you shooting independent?
Independent.
All right, independent. Fantastic. Don, we've seen you up here multiple times, I believe. How many times have you shot the Archery World Classic?
This is my second time.
Second time, and I believe you made the finals last year. Did you make the finals last year?
2 years ago. I wasn't here last year.
2 years ago. So have you made the final stage, and have you won yet?
No.
Oh,
I won Vancouver when you did the multiple events.
yeah, the first year when we did, 3 different events. Nice. And I see you've got back there in your box a champion of the previous class, so you got good pedigree in the box, right?
Yeah. I got to have some kind of support.
All right, looks like early lead for Don, 30-27 over Keith. And we'll get ready to start the second end.
All right, Keith starting out with a 10. And Don a 9, so he's going to pick up a point on him. So it looks like it's going to be down to a 2-point gain. All right, another 10 for Keith. And a 9 out left again for Don. That's on the 10-9 line for Keith. It could make it. It depends on the diameter of that arrow shaft. And a 10 out left on that for Don again.
Quick stats for the crowd. So men's bow hunter freestyle, we had 12 archers in this class. Whittled it down to 4, and then they shot brackets to give them a chance for reseeding. Payouts for the men bow hunter freestyle. Second place is going to pay $198, And the winner of this class is going to get a check for $495 and a shiny belt buckle. All right, Don, so we'll ask what you're shooting, and if you got any sponsors you want to shout out, anything pertinent like that.
Shooting Matthews title, shoot for Spider Archery and AAE, Spot Hog sight, True Ball release, and Victory arrows.
Nice, nice. You shoot out of K Falls, I assume. I assume you live with your wife. You guys shoot out of a club down there?
Yep, we got Klamath Basin Archers.
Nice, nice. All right, after the second end, looks like it's tightened up a little bit. Don's got a 58 1-point lead over Keith with a 57, so going to come down to the last end. Remember, guys, that red button there, magic red button, gives you a chance to shoot a 12 if you want it.
All right. Keith, going to shoot first again. That gives Don advantage on knowing what he should do or wants to do for that last arrow. So there's a strategy to that when that 12 arrows in play. 10 at 6 o'clock. That looks like it's going to catch an 11 there. If it does, that's going to give Don one more point. So Keith is going to have to make a decision early on that. Keith with another 10. So if Don shoots a 10 or 11 on this, it'll almost certainly close the door. However, and it looks like he does. It's so close, you know. Yeah, so that 12 button just got pushed. Keith has no choice. Those two arrows are so close down there, he can't take a chance on losing because he did not take a chance on that 12 ring. Oh, just a little low. He had to do that, though. It was the right thing to do for sure. That's the cherry on top for Don. Now Don will move on. He'll be shooting against Chad.
Nice job, guys. Barring any scoring errors that I see down there, looks like Don's going to move on, and Keith is going to finish in 4th position.
So here's the rundown. We had a technical glitch in the beginning where we started with the senior men's bowhunter freestyle. We caught you up in the middle of the women's bowhunter freestyle. So Tim Davis won the senior men's bowhunter freestyle and took home the buckle there. The women's buckle was settled as well. And now we're in the middle of the men's bowhunter freestyle.
83. All right. Next up, your number 2 qualifier, Chad Charbonneau. And which side do you want, Chad? He wants to shoot on the left side. You want to shoot first or second? Chad's going to shoot first. So he's going to let Don stay where he's at. They'll get the target set up. So we'll ask Chad a couple questions. Chad, where do you shoot out of? Any sponsors, and what are you shooting?
I shoot out of Obsession Archery in Bothell. I shoot the PSE Showdown Pro with a Spot Hog and some AAE bars. Gold tip triple X's and the True Ball Ultimate Flex release.
All right, great list of equipment there. And who do you got in the coach's box for you?
That's my wife, Jackie.
All right. And did she offer you any words of advice about the 12 button?
If you have to.
There we go. All right. So up next End number 1, Dawn against Chad.
Looks like Chad's going to start out with a solid 11. Don is still shooting out left. I know he has to recognize that. It's just what can he do about it? He's shooting bow hunter freestyle, so he's not allowed to move his sights. He can only hold off at this point. It could be because of the light. It could be because of shot execution. But at this point, when you shoot this category, you're not allowed to move your sights in competition when you're scoring. So he's got to hold off to the right side of the target to correct that, or figure out what's happening in his form to stop that from going in the middle. And looks like he started to figure it out. It's still left, but it's an 11 this time. And Chad shot a solid score to get here. You know, he seeded out second after the qual and the brackets, worked his way up. Had 8-man brackets to work down to the top 4 archers, and he seeded out second. Still left. So a lot harder to make a correction when you're the shooter, possibly shooting bow hunter freestyle, than someone just watching it thinking, "Come on."
And are they getting better?
Through the roof and no.
No, not getting any better. Have you, since Allison's been up on the box and she's a champion, did she give any advice on the 12 button?
No, not yet.
Yeah, she didn't touch it, so she giving you the same strategy?
No. We didn't have time to talk strategy. She was shooting.
All right. So do you have any plan in place, or is it just going to be as it goes along? If you need it, you might have to hit it.
Last arrow, we'll see.
Last arrow, we'll see. All right. Looks like after the first end, we got Chad with a 31, Dawn with a 29. So tight race. Still anybody's ball game. Second end.
All right, Chad getting ready to draw back. Center punches it. Solid 11. Don won't be able to afford any more mistakes on this game against Chad, so he's going to have to make up for that, and he's going to keep up with it right now. So it's a close enough game that it could still go either way. 31-29, no change in score. Well, Chad made a mistake himself. That's on the 9-8 line. That very well could be an 8. It's going to be too close to call off the video feed that I'm seeing, so we're going to wait and see if Don can capitalize off of that. And he's on a 10-9 line, so he may have caught a 10. If he does, he's going to gain at least 1 point back. And finishing with an 11. Saw that grimace right before he released, so I'm not sure if he rushed that shot, try to command punch it, and just broke down some other part of the form, so that's a 9.
Chad, I'll ask you the question. You're shooting first. We got a really tight match going right now. See what a couple arrow calls down there. Do you have a strategy, since you're shooting first, for the 12?
It all depends on those first 2 arrows of the last end.
All right, so you're going to adjust as needed after those first 2 arrows, see if you need to hit a 12 or if you can just try and put pressure on with an 11.
Yep.
All right, good strategy. We'll see if it pays off. All right, still got a tight match. 61 for Chad, 59 for Don. Going to come down to these last 3 arrows. And remember, guys, that red button right there if you need it.
Solid shot. Following up with a 10 for Don. Now in bow hunter freestyle, you're not allowed to use a lens either, so they have to shoot no zero magnification. Has to be a shorter than 12-inch bar out of the front. They can have weight out of the back, so they can have back bars, but they're not allowed to move their sights during the scoring rounds either. So that's Chad with 211, so he's going to extend his lead on that. Don knows he's going to have to shoot at 12. It won't make a difference, so he may just shoot at the middle. He may shoot at 12 just to see if he can hit it too, so he's probably going through that in his mind right now. Unless something happens to Chad right here, and he's at 33 to end that. So he's going to maintain that. He's going to maintain that position. Don's going to finish unofficially 3rd. Chad's going to hold a 2nd place spot. He shot at it. You have to at that point because it might be the only chance you get to play that with that much pressure.
Looks like Chad did what he needed to do, put 3 in the middle on that last end, forced Don to push the red button. Fantastic job, Don, and way to hit that red button.
That's a tough shot.
Yeah, that's never easy.
Left arrow, it doesn't matter. That's tough.
Yeah, that's never an easy shot. When you get old eyes, sometimes you can even barely even see that little white dot down there.
It got small.
And it gets a lot smaller when you're standing on the stage.
Makes it smaller.
The red light makes the dot smaller and it turns up the heat on the box. All right, final score, Chad with a 94, Don with an 85. So Don going to finish in 4th position in the men's bow hunter freestyle class. Oh, excuse me, third, sorry about that. 3rd for Don. Keith finished 4th, and now Chad is going to face our number 1 qualifier, qualified ahead of Chad by 1 point, it looks like, Nathan Moffat. And
All right.
Gonna shoot on the left hand.
So Nathan steps up and bumps Chad over to the right. Nathan shoots out of the Lacey location here.
Give the hammer to Chad, see if he can capitalize. All right, Nathan, let's, as they're setting up the targets.
They're setting up the targets.
Bars and the spot hog.
And looks like you're shooting victories. Yep, victory arrows. Nice. All right, what kind of release you shooting? Stand, all right. All right, looks like the targets are set up. And Chad is going to be first to shoot, so whenever you're ready, go ahead and give Gene over there a nod, and he'll get this clock started.
So this is for 1st and 2nd place. Hunter Malacote won last year. That's my son. He runs the Vancouver shop, but he is not shooting this year because the shoot's getting bigger and he's actually calling arrows during this right now. I wonder if he's thinking if he should have shot, but honestly, we needed him help and grow this event. So we've got about 12 archers that could have shot that chose not to just to help us run it. So we appreciate that very much. Chad looks like he's going to start out with an 11 again. Wonder if his nerves are settling a little bit. See how Nathan shoots coming out of the box here. 9 at 1 o'clock. And Nathan's box. You see Ryan Black behind him looking through the binos. That is the manager of the Lacey location here where we're at. Looks like Chad shot another 11, or it's a tight one there. And Nathan's going to follow that up with his own version of it. Nathan sporting the old retro Nikes. And Chad doing old school farmer boots. Half tucked in, half tucked out. All right, Nathan's going to finish with a 10. So we'll see how this first end goes.
Like we got all gold arrows down there. We'll see how they score up. So Nathan, who do you got in the coach's box? And I think the bigger question everybody wants to know is why?
It's my strength and fitness coach, Ryan.
Ryan is your strength and fitness coach. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. We'll leave it at that. So do you have a 12 strategy in play, or are you just going to play it as it goes?
No.
No strategy, or no chance of touching the button?
No.
Yeah, I know your coach. I think he would push that red button every time if he could.
Right. Yeah, that's why he's my strength and fitness coach.
He's your strength and fitness coach, not your strategy coach. All right, we got a tight one early. Looks like 31 for Chad, 30 for Nathan, going to end number 2.
So a lot closer than I thought. There was a couple that may not have made that. So 31-30, that's still anybody's game. Chad up by 1. It's another close one. It's going to be too close to call. Could be an 11, could be a 10. It's the same thing for Nathan too. Can't tell if that's pushing out that line or not, but from the shaft and the camera angle, you're not going to be able to see if it's going to land 11 until they go down. Solid 10 for Chad. There we go. He pulled out. That's a good 11. Also, Nathan needs that if there's any chance there to catch back up and to tie it up. Oh, that one got away from him. That was an important shot there. So that's in the 7 there. So that, and now Nathan sees that. He's just got to take a good clean shot, shoot a 10. Ooh, got away from him too, so that, I don't know if that's a 9 or an 8. So pressure's getting to these guys. That second in pressure.
Looks like we still got a tight one down there. Chad, how are the nerves? Are they getting better? Still a little elevated, or are you settling in a little bit?
Well, I thought they were fine until I just shot that third arrow.
Yeah. The first 2 looked really good, and that third one, a little question mark on your face, and then the panic sets in, huh?
It got away from me a little bit there.
Yeah. We'll see what the score is here. We know your strategy is to use the 12 if you need it. After the first 2 arrows, are you sticking with the same strategy?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we got a light out down there, so that means we got a close one, maybe. Nathan told Chad if he presses the red button, your arrow goes faster. All right, tallied up. Got a little flip-flop in the score. Nathan 61, Chad 59. Still a tight race. Going down to the last 3 arrows. We'll see if anybody wants to push the red speed button.
So Nathan picked up 3 points on that end, so it flip-flopped that. So Nathan's now 2 points ahead. Wonder if that makes him think any different. I'm sure he's just going to try to do what he's been doing. That's got him where he's at right now. And it's going in that same hole. It's going to be too close to call. Not a great follow through from Nathan, and it went out right, but he still caught a 10. So, depending on Chad's first arrow, a 10 at 11 o'clock. To keep his lead, Nathan knows he needs to shoot a 10 or better. And he pile drives it, so that's an 11. He's going to secure that. I think Chad's going to question what he should be doing here. He's debating, hopefully in his mind, because he's probably got to go for it if he's going to stand a chance. He shoots a 10. Maybe he's hoping to put the pressure on Nathan and cause Nathan to make a mistake. But Nathan did not. He didn't get there because he was making mistakes.
Got a couple of close arrows down there. Tight race, so we'll let them finalize the scores. It could be anybody's game. Coach, strength and conditioning coach thinks that Nathan might have got it, but we'll make sure of that. How are the nerves, Nathan?
A little rough at first, but worked through them.
Yeah, I'll ask you the strategy. It's I've been on both sides of it. It's always kind of tough. When you're the number one seed, you got to come out here kind of cold. You've warmed up, but you haven't been on the stage. Do you think it's an advantage or a disadvantage?
I think it's a disadvantage.
Strength and conditioning. Yeah. Ryan says he's a well-tuned athlete with his guidance. All right, looks like they're tallying up. Let's see. It's going to be real close. Final score, 93 for Nathan, 89 for Chad. So Nathan going to take down first place, men's bow hunter freestyle, and Chad going to finish in second place. Great job, guys. All right. As those guys walk off, we'll do our next awards presentation. This is going to be for the women's bow hunter freestyle. So we're paying the top two positions for women's bow hunter freestyle. Second place is going to be Sarah Schultz, getting a check for 100.
So, as they're doing the awards for the division previous, we're getting ready to shoot the Senior Women's Open. We'll get those brackets up to show you what that looks like.
Box number 7.
All right, they're doing a couple of door prizes, but let's talk about how they got here. So you see these numbers here in these boxes here in column C. That's the standings after, or their aggregate after the brackets and the qualification scores. But they had to shoot heads up first. Danny Rhodes is going to be a defending champion. She won last year, I believe, and so we're going to see how that all pans out. She's seeded 3rd today. Christina Davis is seeded 1st. Great women archers. I grew up shooting with Danny, it seems like, so from 1990 on. She was just hammers. She shot down in one of the shops down in Oregon, northern Oregon, and I was in Southwest Washington. She was one of the few women I knew at the time that was just consistently shooting 300s. She's in the senior division now. She still shoots great. Always been real humble. Christina Davis, that's Tim Davis's wife, great archer as well. She has been dominating the senior division for a while in the Northwest now. So Carrie Craghead walking up on the stage and going to face off against Danny Rhodes. So Danny's going to get lane choice and then shoot first or second arrow.
And which side do you want to shoot on, Danny?
I'm going to shoot on the left.
Danny wants to shoot on the left, and you want to shoot first or second?
First.
Danny's going to shoot first. All right, so they got name tags and targets hung. You guys ladies can step up onto the box. Did you notice did Joe turn on the shaker on there? All right, so Danny's going to shoot first. Gene's over there. Once you're ready, if you want to give him a head nod, he will start the timer.
Danny's going to shoot first. She shoots out of G4 Archery. Jason Harris, owner and operator there. He's going to be part of the co-op that we're forming. And you're going to see this salt and pepper effect in these pro shops. So I've reached out to, including mine, there's going to be 10 shops in this. So I've reached out to different owners to help us get this off the ground. And we all see in this vision of being able to grow and connect these pro shops all around the Northwest. So this is going to change the entire landscape of the industry over time. We're going to be able to provide better customer service. We'll get great support from the manufacturers. We're getting manufacturers on board with this idea right now so we can provide quality products in a timely manner to the customers, that we can use our network of shops that are in this co-op to help provide that necessity that we need. Carrie didn't like the looks of that, but it turned out okay. She shot a 10 with it. All right, looks like a questionable 10 for Danny and a couple of 11s. So I think that's going to be a 9 on that one arrow. And Carrie's going to finish with an 11, so it could just be a 1-point game. This is Senior Women's
All right,
Open.
we'll start with Danny. Just to date us both, I've known Danny for probably 25 plus years. We used to shoot at the same shop and for the same team back when we were both much younger. And so Danny, where are you shooting out of, and who are you shooting for, and what's your equipment this year?
G4, I'm shooting a PSC Super Focus.
All right, what arrows you shooting?
A Victory and Excel Sight.
Victory arrows and Excel Sight. And I know Danny's been on the podium and on the box here before. How many times have you shot the Classic, and have you won yet?
This is my 3rd year, and I was fortunate to win last year.
All right, so Danny's the returning champion, trying to defend her championship buckle. And that turns up the heat on Carrie now. All right, we got a great match. 31-31 after the first end. Ready for end number 2. Danny, whenever you're ready, give Gene the nod.
All right, tie game going into the second end. All right, so Danny's high 9 for that first arrow. And every once in a while you'll hear an arrow impact when they're not shooting. That's because the ladies that are getting ready to come up onto the podium that are seated higher are in the warm-up area. So you're hearing their impact. So it's not a technical glitch. It's just you're hearing another group of archers shoot in a different location. Carrie shoots an 11. She picks up 2 points on that. All right, Danny is going to keep that 2-point difference there. I'm sure she is adding that up in her head, knowing that that 9 cost her a couple of points. Another 11. This is an important arrow for Danny. Takes some pressure off or puts it on for that last end. She shoots a 9, so that's going to pick up another point. Possibly for Carrie. Oh, and she center punches it. So a solid 33.
All right, ladies, slow it down after end
Number 2. Keeping it close. All right, Carrie, you're up next. Where do you shoot out of? Throw out any sponsors, and what equipment are you shooting?
Well, to take it from the words of, Merida, I'll be shooting from my own hand. No sponsors really. I shoot out of my garage and beautiful PSE Super Focus X. Thanks, Heather. Black Eagle arrows, Excel sight and scope, Hamsky rest, and True Ball release.
Nice. And who do you got in the coach's box back there?
I got my Wade.
The Wade. Wade, one of our sponsors here, the owner of Bright Strings. We always throw out a shout out to Wade and thank him for his sponsorship. And Wade's one of the good guys in the industry.
For sure.
All right, tight race, but Carrie's opened up a little bit of a lead, 64-61 after 2. And I'll remind you, ladies, the red speed button for shooting at a 12 is right there on the floor if you need it.
Okay, Danny. 3-point disadvantage going into this. She's got to hammer these. It looks like it's going to be a 9. So I wonder if Danny's going to hit that button just to practice that shot under pressure. When you're nervous and you're having a hard time aiming at a big yellow dot with a 10 and 11 in it, aiming at a little dot that's smaller than that underneath on the 7-8 line isn't going to do anything for you at that point if you can't close the gap, but it could build some confidence knowing that you could do it. I think that's going to be a 10 for her second arrow. Looks like Carrie's got an 11 for her first. It's going to be another one, I think, that's going to be an 11. It's going to be too close to call, but I believe it may have caught it. 10 for Danny on her third arrow. Unless Carrie makes a huge mistake, that should close it up. That's a 9, but I don't think that's going to be enough.
And then number 3. All right, I'll ask Danny. You've been doing this a long time. Do the nerves ever get any better?
No,
Never get better.
never get better.
All right, we got a tight match down there. We've got a couple close arrows. Danny looked like might have got a couple 11s there at the end, so we'll see how it all works out in the end. No 12 strategy for either one of you.
You got to see it to shoot it. You got to see it.
Yeah, so the crowd knows we're getting into the senior class here, so you see a lot of readers getting flipped out, binoculars to see the target down there. All right. What's that? Yeah. One more in, right? No, that's it. That was it. You almost convinced me. All right, Carrie holds on 95-91 over Danny. So no defense of the belt buckle from last year. Danny's going to finish in 4th position in the Senior Women's Open. And a couple of quick stats before we bring out the next competitor. 9 people in this division. We narrowed it down to 4. And then they shot the bracket style just to improve their score and reseed if possible, but no changes in the position. And the payouts for the Women's Senior Open is going to be 3rd place, $74, 2nd place, $149, and the champion's going to win $371. And all right, up next, your number 2 qualifier, Sean Wood. All right, and Sean, do you want to shoot on the left or the right?
I'll shoot on the right.
All right, she's going to shoot on the right. She's going to move Carrie. And do you want to shoot first or second?
Don't matter to me, girl. I'll shoot first.
All right, Sean's going to shoot first. Didn't seem like she really cared. All right, looks like the targets are set up. Let those guys clear out. So Sean's going to shoot first. So whenever you're ready, Sean, you're going to give Gene over there a nod, and he'll start the clock for you.
Looks like Sean had a hard time seeing through a peep. So she's under a time clock now, so she's got 30 seconds to get that arrow off. There's no provision for equipment failure during this match, so she's got to work out all those issues on her own. She's probably got a coach starting to count down. She can't see, so she just missed that arrow, so it's not going to be able to count. So something is different for her than it has been for others. So she's having a hard time seeing through her peep. So she's going to have to take a 0 on that first arrow. So Sean gets her first arrow off. It's a 9. I have to check the rules, but I don't think these have to be shot in any particular order for the shoot off, for the shoot up rather. They did have to for the qualification round. So all it's going to matter is there's 3 arrows down there and 3 targets, but she's not going to have an extra arrow to shoot. So whatever's going on with her peep, I don't know. She shot an 11, so she's figuring it out, whatever it was. Hopefully it sits over. It could be glasses, glare, anything. It's unfortunate. That's going to be it.
We'll go down and get that score up.
So she's figuring out what's going on. She's talking to her coach.
All right, Sean, we will ask you where you shoot out of, if you have any sponsors, and then what kind of equipment are you shooting?
I shoot out of Evergreen Archery, and I have no sponsors. And I'm shooting a PSE Super Focus, and then I have the Freak Show QD Rest, and the Excel Achieve XP sight, high-tech killer stabilizers, and I shoot a True Ball Goat.
All right, and we'll ask the question, how are the nerves up here on the stage?
Worse now that my peep didn't come around.
Yeah, that's always tough when the peep doesn't really. All right, early lead for Carrie, 30-19 over Sean, and we will get started with the end number 2.
Yeah, so what Sean just indicated is her peep didn't rotate all the way around. She may be shooting a pretty small aperture too to keep that dot clear or the target clear. And unfortunately, if that thing doesn't come back perfect, if you're shooting a really small hole or aperture in your peep, it's going to interfere with what you see. And if there's any kind of reduced light or anything, you can see she's kind of having a hard time seeing through that. Looks like she's shooting the podium peep, so she has the ability to change that lens out shooting freestyle. Don't know if she's going to take time. There's a lot going through a person's mind, so I don't know that you're going to change a peep aperture out on that podium. I think you get a little tunnel vision as it is, and that's the purpose of us doing it, is to mimic the Lancaster Classic so that we can provide that stress and atmosphere to prepare archers in the Northwest to raise their game and to go there competitively. All right, it looks like a 9. So Carrie shot a 9 on there first. So Carrie's just got to sail home now at this point, and she should be trying to perfect her game because she's still got Christina Davis to deal with. Looks like that could have caught a 10 out at 3 o'clock. Looks like
All right, end number 2 done.
Carrie's going
Give him a
to.
big round of applause. All right, Carrie, are the nerves getting better? You settling in a little bit, or still a little on high alert?
It's arrow to arrow, but I don't feel like puking right now.
Well, that's a good thing. We don't have a bucket up here, just so you know. Your coach in the box back there, have you guys talked strategy on the 12, or are we staying away from that at all costs?
It's hard to shoot the white circle when you can't really see it. So I'll just keep aiming for the middle as best I can.
Yep, that's probably a good strategy. Shoot for the yellow.
It's the first time I've ever shot a white dot, so.
Yeah, I know down in Troutdale, we got some of our big boys. They shoot the 12 regularly, and then us older people with less vision, we stay away from that 12 at all costs.
Yeah. I tried over there just for seeing how it would go, and it wasn't good.
Yeah, nice. All right, looks like Carrie's holding on to her lead, 60-48 over Sean.
This weekend, we had 17 divisions. We'll keep growing those divisions as more participation happens. We're going to move into a different venue next year, so once we secure that, we'll let everybody know where that's going to be and hopefully keep growing the shoot. So some of the divisions, as you split them up, there's a little less participation on the first couple of years just because the growth will start to come after that division's been created for archers that wait for those to open up. So we can thank all the archers for being here. It's been a great weekend. We've been shooting since Friday morning for this shoot. Helen got a little bit away from her, so that looks like it's an 8, a little bit high. And unless the wheels fall off the bus, Carrie will walk away with this one, and she'll secure a second place win against Sean and move on to Christina Davis. She may be feeling a little bit of that pressure as well. That arrow she didn't get off, I'm sure, is just sitting in the back of her mind, just burning. Hopefully she's able to compartmentalize that and move forward, because you can't do anything about it now, but it's easier said than done. It's a lot easier to say it when you're sitting behind that microphone talking about it. Sean finishes with a 9. Little wiggle right before execution.
Sean, great job. Rough start, but great finish. And Sean's going to finish in 3rd place and take home a check for $74. All right, the guys are getting the targets set up. Number 1 qualifier, Senior Women's Open, Christina Davis. Christina, do you want the left or the right? All right, she's going to push Carrie over to the right. She's going to shoot on the left. And then, Christina, you want to shoot first or second?
I think I'll go first.
All right, Christina wants to go first. See if she can put a little pressure on early. All right, well, they're setting up the targets. We'll ask Christina. I think everybody up here knows Christina. No big introduction necessary, but Christina is a multi-time, Vegas, Reading. I'm not sure about U.S. Indoor nationals or anything. She's won up here multiple times, so she is she's not only national level, especially in the Senior Women's Open class, but world class in Senior Women's Open. So tell us who you're shooting for, what you're shooting.
Yeah, stop. Please stop.
Okay, let's talk about who do you got in the coach's box back there?
Seth.
All right, looks like the targets are set up. Tim's working, so he can't coach. And so we've got a semi-adequate step in for Tim.
So Seth in the box is Matt Lindquist. He shoots down out of the Vancouver location. Great archer too. He's only been shooting for about 2 or 3 years, but I don't know if she just realized somebody reminded her legs. So she's under the clock. I was just about to mention that when she was at full draw. I was like, I don't think she's meant to leave those on. All right, so it didn't bother her that much. She didn't have much time, though, so it looks like she's going to shoot a 10. It could be an 11, but I don't think that first arrow's going to bother her that much. And I like that she didn't panic. She just got it off there. Looks like a 9 for that first arrow. Just a little about out right. It's going to be a solid 10. Christina's not going to like that third arrow. She doesn't like when she misses the 10 very much. No one does, but with her competitiveness, she knows that she just chunked that one. So I think she'll be able to move on past it, though. All right, and that's going to be, looks like a 10 for Carrie.
We're going to take this back. Instead of talking to the archers, we're going to talk to the coaches. So I know Matt's strategy. I shoot with Matt a lot, and I know he practices the 12. Have you and Christina talked about the 12 strategy?
A little bit.
So can you convince one of them to push the red button?
I'll do my best.
All right. I know Carrie says she can't see it, so she's not shooting it, but Wade, can you persuade her to push that red button?
Keep it in the gold.
Oh, that doesn't sound like the Wade Smith I know. All right, we got a tie game, 30-30 after the first end. End number 2. All right, hold on real quick. A couple arrows being pulled down there. All right, we should be good. Whenever you're ready, Christina.
(30-30) going into the second end. It's like it's a brand new game. We talk about this often. The money's nice that you can win, but everybody wants a buckle, and these buckles are definitely earned. That's a good, solid 11 starting out. That's a 10-9 line. I'm sorry, a 11-10 line. Good shot. Oh, sorry, I saw it. Thought she shot him out in a different order, so that was a low shot there for Christina. She's not going to be happy with that. She feels a little relief, I think, when she looked over Carrie. Shot an 8. Carrie's got to process that now. So this is an important end here. Chris makes up for it, shooting an 11. You saw that little sear on that release click into spot. And she shoots a 6 o'clock 10.
So I'll ask Carrie. I know you guys are good friends. You've shot many times together. Does that make it easier standing up here on the box? The nerves a little less or no different?
No different, really, but I feel like I'm warmed up now. But yeah, Christina and I have shot lots together. Lots.
Yeah.
And I'm always still chasing her.
Well, maybe this is the year. Who knows, huh? Looks like we got good arrows down there, so it's going to be really close. All right, Christine. It looks like Christine hits a couple of 11s and takes a 3-point lead going into the third and final end, 61-58. And remember, ladies, the red button is available if you need it.
Carrie's shaking her head no. At this point, you just want to aim at what you can aim at. And like was pointed out earlier, if you can't see it, you can't shoot it. I want to take a minute to thank all the staff that's helped us with this shoot, helped put it on. We have a great shooting staff, and they've all ponied up and everything that needs to be done, from providing food, changing trash bags, sweeping, setting up the targets. Everything has made such a difference, and hopefully a great experience for the archers. Chris starting out with an 11. Carrie's going to follow it up with her own. That's a 10-9 liner, so this could be a strategy. If Carrie's thinking through it, she could go for it and could come back. I don't know. So that's a tough one. That's going to take a coach to probably talk you into that. So she got a 9, so different point of view, it looks like Chris's is a 9 as well. So she's going to have to, Chris will have to make a mistake here, and Carrie will have to hit that 12 to come back and win or to catch up. And she's going to shoot an 11. She does not make a mistake. So if Carrie hits the 12, it'll just be for the challenge. And everybody loves to see it. It's a lot of pressure to do that. Oh, just off of
it. Looks like Christina put the pressure on and Carrie hit the red button. All right, barring any unforeseen scoring changes down there, looks like Christina's going to take this one home. She's going to be the champion. Carrie moving up from 4th into take 2nd place today. Fantastic job, ladies. And the coaches did a heck of a job back there, heck of a job. All right, final score, 92 for Christina, 86 for Carrie. Great job. All right, we'll do our next class awards and a few more giveaways. So up next, we've got the trophy and check presentation for men's bow hunter freestyle.
All right, we had a chance to catch up with some of our sponsors that were here this weekend, sitting in the booth, and one of them was Squatch Juice. He has a branded powder drink that is really good. It's all natural ingredients. It doesn't have any of those add-ons that keep you addicted to the product. It's a great product, so let's see what Brandon has to say about that.
All right, men's bow hunter freestyle.
Hey guys, I'm here now with Brandon Hoffines. He's the owner of Squatch Juice, and we met him at the Northwest Mountain Challenge a couple of years ago, and we said, hey, what's this new powder drink here? We always use another brand, right?
Yep.
And we started trying it. You gave us a sample of it. We started looking at the ingredients list, and it's a totally different blend of stuff. So let's talk about that. He's one of the sponsors here at the Archery World Classic, and he's got a booth set up here too. He's showing his product, letting you sample it as well. But tell us what makes your product so different.
So the thing that we wanted to make different was we wanted to really focus on the science behind what you should be putting in your body. So when it comes to all your body needs natural ingredients. It needs a natural sustenance, right? So what we did is we took all of the really good and great things that came from other energy drinks and all put it into one. So we use natural ingredients, less than a gram of sugar, 3 calories, has turmeric root. So a lot of people who know what turmeric root is has a ton of health benefits to it. L-tyrosine, which helps with the mental stability of it. And then we have all your vitamins, your B, C's, and D's. And we formulate it the right way where we're actually farming and we're resourcing all of those vitamins worldwide. We're not taking the scum off of sewage plants like a lot of other companies, because we wanted to make sure that we're doing it right.
Well, and a lot of energy drinks have good stuff in them.
Yeah.
But they have to add some chemicals that you shouldn't have to
That's
make
right.
a person kind of addicted to that product, right?
That's exactly right.
And this doesn't do that. It still
No.
gives you the boost you need,
Yes.
but all natural. If you've never tried it, come in, try it. It's Squatch Juice, and you'll find it at any of the Archery World locations and multiple locations all around the Northwest. So go to your local pro shop.
Yes.
And find out who's got it, and if they don't have it, ask them to stock it and get it in for you and try some.
That's right. You could go to our website as well, and if you scroll down, you're going to be able to see who our dealers are and who we're partnered with, who's going to be carrying it in their stores. So then you can find exactly where to go. So you can also do that as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy. I appreciate you being here.
No, I appreciate you, Joe. This is an amazing event, so thank you.
Thanks, man.
Archery donated a site.
All right. As we go through while they're doing door prizes and getting set up for the next one, we'll try to show you a few interviews. We were able to catch up with some of the sponsors for the event this weekend and go from there. And to give you an idea of what this means, we've got archers from Alaska. We have archers from Idaho, Oregon, Washington, Canada. So a good face-off that I'm looking forward to seeing how this shakes out is you have Raymond from that won Lancaster Classic last year, and you have Chip that won Vegas last year facing off here today. So we'll see if they get to end up shooting against each other in the shoot-up and if there's any upsets coming from there. So Chip won that last year here as well, so he's got to defend that title, and we'll see how that all pans out. There's over $20,000 in cash and prizes given out this weekend. We thank our sponsors for that help with some of the product that we're giving away to the contestants, and we also want to continue to grow this. So follow us at archeryworld.com, or as you were, archeryworld.net to see the live scores as they're happening. You can pull up the website on your phone while you're watching this on TV if it's a Sunday afternoon. Hopefully you're getting a good look at what we do here in the Northwest, and we try to make this as big as we can with our small amount of help that we have. It's a pretty big production, and I think anyone that's done it can attest to that. So thanks for watching that.
So we get the name tags swapped down there.
And looks like we're going to go into the Senior Men's Open next. That's Keith Sikora. He's on the U.S. Paralympic team. We'll talk about what he's doing here and how he gets set up for his shooting. And you see on his left calf there, he's got this little electronic
looks like we're all
device.
situated here. We'll let Keith get up there. Cam, get up on the box.
Because he has
Keith's
very
tall enough, he
little
can
filling in
almost,
his leg, the nerves
almost
don't
can't
work
see.
right on him. That little box is electronic stimulus. So when he takes a step, it triggers his muscle and causes his calf to flex so he can take a step. Same thing, he doesn't have a lot of filling in his left hand and his left shoulder, so the nerves are damaged from just service injuries, and he's modified a brace to be able to shoot because of that. Now he's shooting against Cam. Cam shoots out of G4, out of Jason's shop in North Plains, Oregon. Great shooter as well. Cam feeling those nerves from the start. Looks like he might have caught a 10 there. Hopefully they'll settle down. I get it, buddy. I get them too. So watch Keith. He's going to squeeze his left hand, and that's his trigger. So he shot right in the middle there. So he's aiming. He's got a device that's set up on a normal release, but it's got like a cable that's connected to it. It looks like a bicycle brake lever, and he squeezes that bicycle brake lever as his trigger. So you can't hold the bow properly, and that's one of the devices they allow to use in the if you have a handicap or a disability. Second shot is a 9. Looks like Cam's second shot is on a 9-8 line. Got to calm those nerves down. He's going to get there. It's a good one. That's a 10 for him on his last arrow. And the same thing for Keith on his last arrow.
All right, let's in number 1.
Let's go over here and chat with Keith a little bit. So Keith, 4th qualifier, tell us a little bit about, you got a unique setup here, so tell us a little about who your sponsors are, what equipment you're shooting, and then give the people a little bit of insight into how you shoot.
Shoot for Bowtech, so I'm shooting a Bowtech Reckoning. A True Ball adapted release with a brake handle. Easton, 2712s, the aluminums, and an Excel sight. It's easy.
All right, yeah. Keith says it's easy. So how the nerves standing up on the box?
Oh, fine. Yeah, they're fine.
Yeah. For those that don't know, Keith shoots quite a bit throughout the country. You shoot on Paralympic, right? Yeah, so Keith's quite a bit of experience on big stages, so the nerves don't seem to bother him too much. And early on, Keith with a 30-28 lead over Cam. So 2-point lead for Keith over Cam after the first end. So Cam, clock's on you whenever you're ready.
Cam's just waiting for that 10-second start clock before he draws his first arrow, and then it's a 30-second shot window. A little bit of pump there, but he was able to get back, and it probably triggered his release actually when he started realizing he was collapsing and started pulling that. So that shot a good 11 for him. Had the same thing going on with Keith, and he's a little further out, so I think that's going to play a 10. Looks like he's shooting an Onyx click. If I'm right, it looked like that thing went back and set. And just off the 10 line. Same thing for Keith. Seem to be duplicating shots now. Just getting those pumps. And that's he shot a 10 there. I'm sure Cam will tell you, you know, those pumps are just because you're not pulling hard. You know, you think you are, but you're not, and that's causes that bow to start to let down, and then you realize it and catch it right then. So, and then Keith finishes up with an 11 on that.
Looks like Cam's trying to put a little pressure on, maybe close the gap a little bit. All right, Cam, tell us where you shoot out of, if you got any sponsors, and then what equipment are you using?
Shooting G4, shooting Reckoning 36. Black Eagle arrows from Corey, and stabilizer.
Nice. Conquest Archery bars. How the nerves, Cam? They settle down at all, or
so high up here.
He's losing oxygen. He's so the stand is so high. And then
All right.
I'll remind both archers that if you need it, we got a red turbo button there for shooting at 12s if you need it. Got a couple of close calls, looks like, down there. Cam, who you got in the coach's box for you?
That's Darren.
Any words of advice that Darren has shared with you, or just letting you ride?
Punch it.
Borrowed is there, released this week.
Oh, so Cam borrowed his release, and Darren just says punch it.
And we'll take a look at how the Senior Men's Open stacked up to get here.
Oh, tighten it up a little bit. We got a 60-59. Keith with a 1-point lead. So Cam close it up a little bit. 1-point lead for Keith going into the final end.
All right. So here you see how we got here. Keith seated fourth. Then Cam, they're shooting off right now. And you see that first, second, and third place prize money. So there's quite a few contestants in that narrowed it down to the top 4. If you want to know everybody that was there and all the qual rounds and the brackets, go to archeryworld.net and scroll through, and you'll be able to check out all those scores. Looks like it's going to be just off the 10 line. See Keith put his arrow back on his rest. Looked like when he drew, it fell off the rest, so he just paused for a second and set that back up. Center punches that for an 11. So that could possibly gain him 2 more points. So Cam's going to want to shoot at maybe shoot out a 12. But again, it's easier said than done. You know, if you can shoot an 11, and he does, you know, that's gonna help out quite a bit. Keith's not going to give him any slack though, so Keith's with another one, and it looks like the button just got pushed. So Cam's shooting at that 12. Whether it changes the outcome or not, I don't think so. But Cam's not going to give up the opportunity to do it. Just under. From the audience perspective, they can't tell, but from the camera angle, I can tell just about a 1/4 inch under. And Keith finishes it out with a 33.
Looks like from glance just a little bit low, but great match, guys. Barring any scoring changes, I'm going to guess that Keith is going to be moving on, and Cam is going to finish in 4th position. Great job, guys. So,
I'm looking here, and I got to look below. Yeah.
So Keith is stepping off the podium for a second because he could get bumped and he'll have to move over to the other side.
all
So
right,
depends on
final
what
score,
Gunny
Keith
McKeith-
Sikora with the 93 and Cam C with an 86. So Keith going to move on and Cam going to finish in 4th place in the Senior Men's Open class. Up next, our number 2 qualifier, Gunny McKee. All right, Gunny's going to leave Keith where he's at. He's going to shoot on the right-hand side. And then, Gunny, you want to shoot first or second?
First.
All right, Gunny's going to shoot first.
I say leave it later.
Gunny's going to take that off real quick before he gets committed.
Yeah. I had to turn the light back off from the
All
last.
right, they're hanging targets. Gunny, why
from
don't you give
Tim.
us, tell us where you're shooting out of and who you're shooting for.
Matthews. I shoot out of the bull rack in Springfield. Victory Archery. Spider Stabilizers, Vein Tech. Some good people.
All right, fantastic. All right, looks like they're slid out of the way. First end, Gunny, you're going to be up and just going to give Gene over there a nod when you're ready to start.
All right. Gunny's not wasting any time. Looks like he's going to start out with an 11. That one's a close one. I don't think it's going to catch the 11. It's way early. Keith's probably feeling pretty solid right now. He don't like the way that looked in his mind, but he's looking pretty good. He's looking pretty confident up there. Gunny is such a good shot. That's a, not even touching a 10 line 11 on that too. So he's such a great shot. A lot of times, he shows up and wins against anyone. Keith with the 10 on that one. And looks like he's going to have another 11 there, so it looks like he's going to have a 33 starting out. That's going to be solid. Oh, he sinks it. Saw that. KE, Keith.
All right. Keith, I'll ask you, how many times have you shot the Archery World Classic, and how many times have you been up here on the stage?
It's the first time I've shot it.
First time he shot it, and first time up on the stage then. Nice.
Second.
Yeah, second. Do you have a strategy in place for the 12 ring? Notes, are you staying away from it, or if you're going to shoot it if you have to?
I'll look back at him.
Who's back there in your coach's box for you?
One of the coaches from Next Step who shot with me for a while. So
Nice.
I trust him.
So if he says punch the button, you're going to punch the button. All right, nice. All right, tight match early on. Gunny throwing down 3 11s. I believe that's our first perfect score for the day. So Gunny with the 33, Keith with the 31. And whenever you're ready, Gunny, just give Gene a nod. We'll start end number 2.
Solid, smooth, relaxed, real consistent form. Just looks good pulling through. Keith, yeah, I could tell that was going to be a good shot from Keith too. It's a specific movement that he does when he breaks those great shots in the middle. Another solid shot. Got a little bit of movement on that one. That may be a 10 for Keith. Gunny's going to want to open up that lead a little bit too. So if he can do that, that'll make him feel pretty good going into that last end. It's gonna play a 10. Probably didn't make him happy to see it that far out of center though. Yeah, you can see the look on his face, but that's all right. I don't think it's gonna change much for this end. And Keith with the 9 of his own.
All right, then number 2 done.
So Gunny, I see you got no coach back in the box back there. I'm gonna guess your strategy is you don't need a coach if you shoot him right in the middle, right?
Yeah, nobody would coach me. I'm uncoachable, I think.
I can understand that. I can see that. So you got a couple good arrows down there. Do you have a 12 strategy, or are you just going to try and shoot 11s and force Keith's hand a little bit?
I can't see the 12. I'm 72, so but I tried it over there a couple times, and you know, I just maybe hope I don't have to do it.
Yeah, that's a good strategy. Shoot him in the middle and force Keith to shoot the 12. All right, after 2 ends, we got a 65 for Gunny, 61 for Keith. All right, Keith's gonna.
You know, Gunny's
And
72 years
3,
old, so there's
Gunny.
not a division for him. So what'll happen is we don't know. You know, they didn't have a higher division, so what'll end up happening is he's gonna podium, and so the placement that he gets is gonna get another 10% purse. So he's forced to shoot in a senior men's open, and he is a senior, but there's usually a silver senior and a master senior as well. So eventually those divisions will come as we grow the sport. On the classic, that first arrow, he knew he's shaking his head at 9. You don't want to give up many, because Keith is not gonna. Keith will take advantage of that, and he does. So he's just got a 2-point swing back right now. So Gunny want to be able to afford to do that again. Keith is hoping he does. And Gunny back to his normal form that I'm used to seeing. I think that's going to play an 11 for Keith. It's going to come down. Yeah, Keith's not even playing. He looked back at his coach. He said, "I trust him on the last end," and the coach said, "Just do it." So he's like, boom, no hesitation. Yeah, I think that's going to be a 10 for his last shot. That button's pushed. Just a little off of it.
All right. Looks like Gunny's got a couple good ones down there. So Gunny going to move on to face our number 1 qualifier. Keith going to finish in 3rd position. Take home a check for $182. Great job, Keith. All right, up next, top qualifier, Men's Senior Open, Ryan Zam, running back from pulling arrows. Ryan can never get enough warm-up arrows. All right, so your top qualifier, are you going to shoot right or left, Ryan?
I'm going to the right.
All right, so he's going to move Gunny over to the left. Ryan's going to shoot on the right, and you want to shoot first or second, Ryan? Ryan's going to shoot first. All right, they'll get that set up down there. So Ryan, where you shoot out of, and you got any sponsors, and what kind of equipment you shoot?
Shooting with Beltec Rack 939. It's sponsors of the B Stinger and Gold Tip. The rest of that is my site is Axel Achieve, and my scope is CD.
Nice. And then you shoot up here out of the Lacey shop most of the time, right?
Yeah, most of it. Yeah, entire my time is I'm here. So.
Nice. And we see you got Ryan back in the box for you.
Yeah,
Moral support mostly, or is he your strength and conditioning coach too?
Strength and conditioning.
Nice. He's running quite a program up here. Apparently it works. He's putting guys up on the box out here, so apparently his strength and conditioning program works. All right, Ryan's going to shoot first. Targets are set. Whenever you're ready, give Gene the nod over there.
All right. So Ryan Zam, he is a former, I'm not sure if he still is with the Hoyt Pro staff or not, but he was a former staff shooter for Hoyt. Great archer when he moved to here, is a military man. He beat me, the last time I was able to shoot the Classic, he beat me in the brackets by a point, on the X count moving forward. And he had been deploying a lot and everything, so he looks like he's working through his process right there. So that's on the 10-11 line. We'll see if Gunny's gonna sink one here on his first arrow. And he does. Ryan's now settling in a little bit, it looks like. That movement. He actually made a sight change too. So when you come over here from the practice range to the podium, the light's different, and sometimes a person can tell right away they need to make an adjustment. I've not seen very many adjustments on the competitors so far that are able to move their sight. He's not. He caught a 10, but he's got a little target panic going on. And at this point, he's got to work himself through it. He's got a coach there. Hopefully he saw it. And he could, maybe point that out to him too. I'm sure he recognizes it, but sometimes you just need to be walked off the ledge a little.
Championship match. So Gunny, you've been doing this a long time. You're a stalwart competitor here in the Northwest and then also all over the country. Does it get any easier, or does you still get the nerves when you get up on the box?
Yeah, I'm still nervous. I've been shooting for about 7 years. It's different than shooting at home in my range.
Yeah, I know typically for the senior men, Joe doesn't turn the box up to full vibration, but just a little bit. All right, we got a heck of a match here. Gunny with another perfect score, 33, takes a 1-point lead over Ryan with a 32. Great match. And number 2. Right there, Gunny, arrows, yep. All right, whenever you're ready, Ryan.
All right, Ryan's still shooting first. Let's see that little glitch or hiccup he has at his release. I'm sure he recognizes that. It may be uncontrollable for him, but it's not affecting him much. I mean, that's what we expect to see right there. And that's solid there. He got up there, pulled, good solid break, good follow through. No extra movement or twitches. And the score shows it. That's an 11. Gunny comes up with one of his own. Another one. Yeah, and if he stays that flow now, that's how he got where he did to begin with. So Ryan was seeded number 1 after the qual and brackets at 743 to get Gunny's 739. So it was still close after all those arrows. Looks like he's got a 33. He's on it now. And another 33 from Gunny.
All right, and number 2 done. Gunny keeping the pressure on. Gonna make Ryan work for it.
They're showing how they got here.
So Ryan, you've been around a while. How many times have you shot the Archery World Classic, and have you won yet?
Yeah, 2 years ago, I was able to shoot, so I was second place, not in this class. But
Yeah, shooting the championship or the men's open before? Yeah. So Ryan's a recent convert to the senior class. He's a relatively younger senior guy.
junior in this class.
Junior against these guys, but still in the senior class, barely. Not quite to the level of the old man over there, Gunny. But as you guys can see, Gunny's got a perfect score down there, so obviously he can still shoot him in the middle. Gunny taking a 1-point lead to the third and final end, 66-65. Remember, guys, the red button is in play if you think you need it.
Even more center on that one for Gunny. It looks like Ryan's first arrow is I think it's going to play an 11. The longer he holds, the more that creeps in. So I think his strategy is get up there and get it shot. So that's good. It looks like it's an 11 as well. Great shot. Ryan knows he's got to do that with the way Gunny's shooting. He's got to put the pressure on him. So if he can hit this 12, that's going to put a lot of pressure on Gunny. Oh, he sinks it. So what's Gunny going to do? Oh man, he's looking back at his coach. So they're trying to figure out score, if it's going to be enough, or he's got to win, or if he's going to try to tie. What's he got to do? Oh, he's going to go for it. So let's make it outright winner. Oh, that's too close to call. That may be it. I don't know.
So Ryan pulls out the 12 card and hits it. Forces Gunny to either shoot an 11 to tie or a 12 to possibly win. And that one is very, very close. This is going to come down to an arrow call. Fantastic show, guys. I'll talk to Gunny here. Gunny, 72 years old, you said. And obviously, you are super competitive in the senior class. And even in the younger class, you still throw up scores that are super competitive. How do you do it? And did your military experience help you at all, or is it just shooting arrows?
Yeah, I think a long time behind a long gun helps, I just enjoy it. I work hard. A lot of training.
Yeah, fantastic, yes. It's super impressive, a 72-year-old up here throwing down perfect scores, consistently hitting the middle of the target. Very impressive.
Did I catch it?
All right, we got a tough line call down there. Our bino expert back here. Gunny with a 100 takes the win over Ryan with a 98. Fantastic shooting, guys. Fantastic shooting. So Gunny going to take the win. Ryan going to finish in second place. That is super impressive right there. 99 the possible score without shooting at 12. Gunny throws down 100. 102 is the highest possible if you hit the button 3 times. So fantastic shooting, Gunny. All right, we'll see if the next class can top that show. But first, we're going to hand out the awards for the Women's Senior Open. All right, so third place, Women's Senior Open 2024 Archery World Classic is going to be Sean Wood. Going to take home a check for $74. All right, second place, Senior Women's Open. Carrie Craghat taking home a check for $149. All right, and your 2024 Archery World Classic Senior Women's Open champion, adding to her collection, Miss Christina Davis, taking home a check for $371 and a really fancy belt buckle. Great job, ladies.
Ladies. Christina. Hey, turn that way.
All right, we're going to have a couple more giveaways. Thank you, ladies. A couple more giveaways. So this is going to be out of our number 1 box, the general box. This is George's Gizmos. He's out of Idaho. He makes some 3D printed stuff, some various grips and other things for bows. One of our sponsors this year. So this is for one custom grip of your choice. So whatever bow you got, he'll make you something. And that's going to be R. Hill. The winner of that one is R. Hill. There we go. You win something from George's Gizmos. Now what are we doing? All right, next one, SKB bow case. So super nice bow case over there on the table. SKB. Winner of that is going to be
Ticket number. Initials.
Looks like it's either Ronald or Randall. Hard to say. Let's go with ticket number if they're here. Ticket number 4200026, maybe. It's a white ticket. And we got a last 4 digits of the phone number 0408.
All right. Now we had a chance to catch up on Friday with the TOG rep, Chris. We'll show you a little bit of what he represents and what he does. Hey guys, this is Joe from Archery Northwest and the owner and operator of Archery World. We have 4 locations, and this weekend we are at Archery World Lacey, where we're hosting the Archery World Classic, and I'm here with Chris Escarcega. I always call him Escargo. No, I'm just kidding. But he's the rep for TOG. TOG is the outdoor group. They represent a great line of products. They're here sponsoring the shoot too, so you'll see them on our banners. You'll see them on our commercials that we're putting in on this shoot, because we want to say thanks to them for sponsoring this. And what we really want to talk about is the products that you guys carry that we stock for you for our customers. So let's go over that line.
Yeah, so I'm the rep for Elite, Ultra Arrows, Scott Releases, CBE sights, and Slick Trick Broadheads. Yeah, you guys have done well with the brands in the last year, especially Elite and Ultra, and since Ultra launched a year ago.
Yep, and it's getting more traction too. So the nice
absolutely.
thing about Ultra is you know, at first it's a hard market to get into, right? The arrow mark game, you got to be a pretty big player to get into the arrow game. So I've been shooting some of the 27s. Mm-hmm. Love them. I mean, they shoot great. There's not a complaint that I have about them. They shoot truer than what I was using before. So I'll be a fan of those for my indoor arrows to begin with, and I appreciate that. But the big deal is getting it to our customers, right? So we love to have products with the reps that we can work with that'll keep us supplied with the right stuff, that we can have that product that we can deliver to our customers that you're going to see shooting this tournament. Whether it's compound bows, whether it's sights, releases, broadheads, they've got you covered. So it's another great line of products that TLG represents, and it's all under one roof so that they can get that product out when and where it's needed. So always support your local pro shops wherever you live. Go in and look for those products by brand and find what's going to work for you and become a customer for life. So Chris, we appreciate it again for being here. If you're in the area and you want to come down, we're filming this live for the finals, so come down. They're going to be here all weekend, and they'll have the product to show you, and you can test fire anything you want or try it out.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
You bet. Thank you. Okay, we're going to jump into the women's Olympic recurve. There's a strong field of women. A lot of these women in the Olympic archery division shoot out of Next Step Archery, which is up just north of Seattle. Great group there. An Olympic recurve, they're not allowed to use a peep in the string, so they have to look beside of it, and they can line up the tip of the arrow and the edge of the string, so it's a lot harder to be accurate with. So one small mistake in alignment can cost a lot of points.
Well, we're going to talk to Lily first. So Lily, give us a little bit about you, where you shoot out of, and some of your equipment, and if you have any sponsors.
I'm out of Next Step Archery, using a Hoyt Exceed Riser, Samick limbs, Easton ACEs. And what was the third question?
Any sponsors, or are you independent?
Independent, unfortunately.
Nice. All right. How long have you been shooting Olympic style archery? And do you have any goals of taking this any further?
I've been shooting for about 2 years, and I'm hopefully going to get some kind of sponsorship and start shooting international, but not entirely too sure about that yet.
Nice, nice. Yeah, for people in the audience that don't know, Olympic recurve is probably one of the largest archery disciplines worldwide. Very, very popular in Europe and the Asian countries. Super popular. A lot of sponsorship opportunities in foreign countries for Olympic archers. All right, looks like early lead. Let's see if we can get, is it Yun Shu? Yep. Oh, there we got it. Yun Shu has a 27 to Lily's 20.
So obviously they're shooting recurves. Most women will shoot somewhere in the 32 to 40 pound range. Not many get up to the 40 pound range for shooting indoors, at least at the amateur level. Maybe at the professional level they'll cross that over. Whereas most of the men on the Olympic teams, they'll be shooting in the high 40s, low 50s. So Yung Shu, good right and left, just a little low. Without having a peep to look through, your anchor is so important. You see they're shooting with 3 fingers, one arrow above one finger above the nock and 2 below. So they're not allowed to do some of the things that the barebow archers are allowed to do as far as crawling or shooting fingers is so much harder than shooting a release. You've got 3 releases on the string that your brain says to do something different with every time, so being repetitive in that is a very hard discipline. They can't use any magnification in their sight. They can use an aperture or a pen, but no magnification either.
All right, Yunshu, same questions for you. Where do you shoot out of? Do you have any sponsors? And then what kind of equipment are you shooting?
I don't have any sponsorship. I'm shooting today with Champion Archery in Kirkland. I'm using a Weavis ATF DX, Ancusta limbs, and scope from Shibuya.
All right, and do you have any aspirations of going further in Olympic archery, or you just shoot it for fun? Any future goals?
I hope so. If it continues, I love the sports, so I'm gonna still loving it and hope go professional.
Oh, fantastic. All right, after the second end, Yunshu with the 50, Lily with the 42. So 8-point lead for Yunshu going into the third and final end.
So it looks like Lily is going to try to pick up a few points that she had lost on that first end here. So I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to swing it, but she's not going to give up, that's for sure. Oh. All right, look, let's get them added up, and we'll see.
Looks like we got some arrow calls down there. Lily, how are the nerves standing up there on that stage?
Not good. It's not feeling great.
Well, it looks like you put 3 good arrows down there for that last end. We'll see how it turns out. Hopefully they settle in if you get to advance. Yunshu, how are the nerves up there?
I'm shaking right now.
Well, it's good to know it happens in Olympic archery just like it does in compound. All right, a few arrow calls. Let's see how it works out. Oh, great finish. Yunshu with the 74. Lily makes up some ground, but not quite enough with a 69. So Yunshu going to move on. Lily going to finish in 4th position in the women's Olympic recurve. All right, up next, our number 2 qualifier, women's Olympic recurve, Melissa Chi. All right, so you're the higher seed. Would you like to shoot on the left or the right?
I'll go on the left, please.
All right, she's going to go on the left. And then first or second for shooting?
I'll shoot first.
All right, she wants to shoot first. Fantastic. They're getting it set up, so I'll ask you, do you have, where do you shoot out of? Do you have any sponsors, and what equipment are you using?
Sure, I shoot at Ben Bowman, and I am somewhat self-sponsored, but I do have some awesome Burley cheese sticks. So they're custom made in Bend. Bend stabilizers there by my standing coach here, Chris Ferguson, which is amazing. And then the rest of the equipment is Hoyt and some Easton arrows. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. All right, looks like we got the target set up, so if you ladies want to step up on the stage, we'll let the nerves settle in and get started.
Melissa, top
All right,
seed
Melissa,
there.
you're going to shoot first, so whenever you're ready, you give Gene a nod over there, and he will start the timer.
Had a 547 with the qual and brackets, and then Yun Shu with the 537 to get her where she's at. So Yun Shu secures her third place finish. Now she's going for second place with Melissa. Ooh, starting out with a possible 11. I can't tell. What you just saw Melissa do is you're allowed to use a clicker, so as you pull the arrow past a certain point, a little blade of metal or carbon falls against the riser of the bow and makes a noise or a feeling that you feel, and it says, hey, you're at the same spot you were the last time, you can shoot. So that got in her head a little bit, I think, and it cost her, so she ended up shooting a 3 or 4 on that arrow, and then Yung Shu is staying pretty consistent with that 7-8 line. So she's trying to get that clicker under there. So it's just, the nerves of drawing. From that angle, you couldn't see it. That's on the 7-8 line. From that angle, you couldn't see it fall necessarily, but drawing, when you have a little bit of nerves, you pinch the string a little bit different, and any kind of shake gets rid of that smoothness. So this is going to help in the future with all these archers. That's why we love to do this and put them on the stage. So
done. Give them a hand. All right, I'll ask you, Yun Shu. Have you shot any other big tournaments, or is this the first big tournament you've shot?
This is my first tournament.
First tournament ever?
Yes.
Wow, impressive. So first tournament ever, you're standing on the stage in the Women's Olympic Recurve. Very, very impressive result. Are the nerves settling in a little bit or still a little shaky?
Still a little bit shaky.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't usually get better. All right, after the first end, 23 for Melissa and 21 for Yun Shu, so very tight match. Ready for end number 2.
Yep. Oh, yep.
all right, let's see if Melissa got some of those nerves out. Looks like it. It's a good 9. Remember, this dot isn't any bigger. The rings are no bigger than they are for the compound archers, and quite a bit harder discipline. Looks like that's on the 7-8 line. Can't tell if it's going to catch the 8 or not. It's hard to get that last little fraction of an inch to get past that clicker. Uh-oh, she's going to run out of time if she's not careful, so she may have to shoot that with out the clicker. The clicker is just a reminder. I think she shot through the clicker and it caused her to shoot a miss. So she tried to reset that clicker. She was running out of time. As a courtesy, as her coach was trying to count down backwards as the timer was running out. So it caused her to shoot off the paper. So at that point, she knows there's a lot of pressure up there. And you don't have to use a clicker. It's just what most Olympic archers do. That's on the 9-8 line. It's on the 5-6 line. Looks like she's got a 9 on that last one too, so that's gonna take a little pressure off the young shoe.
All right, Melissa, I'll ask you, who do you got in the coach's box back there for you?
Oh, who do I have? I have Chris Ferguson. He is also the head coach of the newly formed Ben Bowman High School archery team.
Oh, fantastic. Nice. And how are the nerves standing up there on that stage?
Horrible. Yeah, did you look at that?
Is it as fun as you thought or better?
So much fun.
All right. Have you shot any big tournaments before, or is this your first time at the Archery World Classic?
My first time at the Archery World Classic, yes. Yeah.
Have you shot any like USA Archery, any of the field stuff, the outdoor stuff?
I have, yeah. So I've done the Oregon State field, and I do shoot at the USA Archery tournaments.
Fantastic. All right. Any aspirations of taking it further, or are you just doing it for fun, or you have aspirations of making it in the USA team?
Yeah, always progressing, right? Always aspirations for more, for sure.
All right, nice. All right. After the second end, Yun Shu jumps up to a 47-37 lead over Melissa.
So she collapsed on that. She saw it. I saw her grimace as she let it go. I think she shot through the clicker again. So that pressure's definitely landed on her. It's just controlling now and getting back under, getting her thoughts back, put in her pocket so that she doesn't have to have them intrude on her process here. And the neat thing about this is there's always lessons to take home. You can make side adjustments, you can make training adjustments, and this is a pretty cheap lesson. If you think about the pressure that you feel and what you try to replicate on the practice range versus in competition, this is our little part for the industry to try to replicate that pressure that you'd feel at a big shoot. And if you can take those lessons learned and apply them into your training, it's going to help you become a better archer.
Three finished up. Let our judges score those and see how it worked out. See which one of these lucky girls gets to get off of that shaking box up there. So since you mentioned it, Chris, right? Is that your name?
Yeah. Chris.
All right. We'll ask you a question. You recently formed archery team in Bend. So what's the plan moving forward with that?
Well, the state of Oregon now has a high school archery league statewide, and we're just one of the first teams to form up. We've unified high schools in Bend, so several of the schools come together, and we've got beginners and advanced archers, 26 kids on our team, various skill levels, and it's a lot of fun. We're about 2 months into practice and trying to figure that out. So we have our first tournament in January, so we're trying to get ready to have kids that have never shot a bow all of a sudden shoot 60 arrows at a 5-spot and see how it goes.
Nice. That's a fantastic opportunity. So that's recently, is that kind of started back on the, I'm guessing back in the East Coast and Midwest and kind of migrated out here? Is this something throughout the country?
Well, the Oregon Bow Hunters Association and the Department of Fish and Wildlife came together to build the league so that kids in Oregon had something at the high school level to do. And we just happen to be kind of close to the people that are doing that, and so our club was able to get in kind of early and form up. There's 4 teams right now statewide, but in the spring we start a 3D league that will have a lot more schools interested in competing. So.
All right, that's fantastic. Good luck, and that's exciting news for the kids in Oregon. All right, I didn't see the final score, but Yun Shu, did you move on? All right, Yun Shu moving on. She's going to be facing our top qualifier, and Melissa going to finish in 3rd place in Women's Olympic Recurve. So top qualifier for Women's Olympic Recurve, Alice Buswell. All right, you want to shoot on the left side or the right side?
The right side.
Right side, so you're going to move Yun Shu, and then you want to shoot first or second?
First.
All right, so you're going to shoot first. All right, we'll let our guys get stuff set up down there. If you guys want to step up on the stage. All right, Alice, you're going to shoot first, so as soon as you're ready, just give Gene a nod over there, and he'll start the timer.
Okay, this is going to be for the championship. This is Alice Buswell against Melissa Chi. Talked to Alex yesterday, and she just moved up here to the area. She became a new coach of the NSA, the Next Step Archery program that they have up in just north of Seattle. See, they just got a tore off fletch there. Looks like it had some damage in it, but it was probably one of her favorite and best shooting arrows, so she's going to shoot it for this anyway. So at 20 yards, when it's tuned right, it shouldn't matter. I think they're gonna give each other a go for their money. So it looks like Alice starts out with a 9, and Yun Shu starts out with a 10. All right, and she follows it up with a 10. Yun Shu an 8. And that one got away a little bit for a 7 for Alice on that 3rd arrow.
Ladies. All right, Alice, it's your turn. I will ask you where you shoot out of, if you have any sponsors, and then what equipment are you shooting today?
I shoot with Next Up Archery, and I currently don't have any sponsors. And I shoot a ATF DX with Buka limbs, Ramrod Classics, a Chief sight, and East Next 10 arrows. So, yeah.
All right, how long you been shooting Olympic archery, and do you have future goals in the sport?
I've been shooting for 20 years, and currently my goal is to get back on USAT and then get into some international shoots as well.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. So 20 years in the sport. All right. All right. Early lead. Yun Shu's got a 28-26 lead over Alice going into end number 2.
Okay, Alice is taking couple of breaths, making sure she's keeping that heart rhythm the same as much as she can, getting some oxygen in there. Yun Shu and her both shot a 9 on those first 2 arrows. All right, she's got a 10 on that shot there, so she's going to pick up a point. See if Yun Shu can stop that from happening. It's going to swing, so it's going to put Allison in the lead right now. That arrow didn't look like it came off correctly, so I'm not sure if it was a collapse or pluck or if she shot through the clicker. I wasn't looking at that. And then that's on the 9-8 line for Alice, so I think you're going to see a swing here. So Yun Shu will need a good solid 9 or 10 here to stay in it for that last in. And it looks like she shot a 7 on that last arrow. So let's see how this pans out. You can see a little disappointment in her face, but let's see how she feels.
All right, Yun Shu, you've been up here. This is your 3rd match. Are the nerves settling in at all? Getting a little bit better or still at the same level?
I think a little bit better.
Getting a little bit easier, huh? No, not easier, just better. All right, I'll remind, I haven't said it for you guys, but I'll remind you, there is a 12 available if you so choose to shoot it. Looks like they're tallying up the scores now. All right, Alice puts together a good end, and she takes a 5-point lead, 53-48, going into the 3rd and final scoring end. Good luck, ladies.
All right, so James, let's show the bracket and how we got there, and how much money's at stake here, and of course the buckle. Going into the final end, it's 53-48. Alice was able to capitalize on that second end, but first place is going to bring 536. Second's 215 and third 107 plus the buckle. That's what really everyone's after is to prove that they were the champion, because that money's going to be spent, but that buckle's going to last. All right, Alice does not want to give up that spot, so she just shot a 10. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Yun Shu. She's got a high 9. Oh, it's looking solid now. So that's on the 10-11 line. So that shot looked really clean. Good follow through, probably like she does in practice a lot. Now it's starting to recognize that feel again. Oh, she smacked that arrow on that, so it's a little above it. So it's a little higher 9. Looks like her favorite torn arrow. And nice, another 10. So she's going to be the unofficial winner of the Women's Olympic Recurve. And Looks like she's going to finish with a 5 for your shoot.
Third and final end to determine our champion. Looks like unofficially, Alice got a really good group down there, so I think she's going to be our finish in first place. And Yun Shu going to move up one position to second place, so congratulations, lady. We'll let them tally them up. So how was the nerves out there, Alice?
The first round was a little shaky, but then it got a little bit better as it progressed. So, yeah.
Nice, nice. Very good shooting. Have you shot the Archery World Classic before, or is this your first time?
First time really shooting in the Pacific Northwest for a tournament. So, yeah.
Nice. First time shooting at the Classic, and your first victory. 83-71. So Alice going to be your Women's Olympic Recurve champion, and Yun Shu going to take second place. Great job, ladies. All right, next up, we're going to give away the awards for Senior Men's Open and do a couple more giveaways. All right, so Senior Men's Open, one of the larger classes, we're going to pay 3 spots. Third place going to get a check for $182, and that's going to be Keith Sikora.
All right, I'm here with Alice. She just walked off the podium winning the Women's Olympic Recurve. So we talked to you yesterday about this. You just moved up into the area from California, right?
No.
No, where was it? Where was it from? I couldn't remember where.
East Coast,
Oh, from
Massachusetts.
gotcha. Okay, so maybe I didn't catch where it was from, but just moved to the area. You shoot out at Next Step Archery and one of the coaches for their program. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
What's more important to you, the money or the buckle?
I think the money today, because then I can get some brand new limbs that I need.
Oh, okay, well, $536. That's going
Yeah.
to you. So we appreciate you being here. First time here. I assume that you're going to go back and have this experience to share with your students.
Yes, absolutely.
And the things that you felt, you'll know what they're feeling when they feel them, so you can walk them through that. So.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate it very much. You want to sit with me for a minute, and we'll commentate for some of the men's Olympic recurve?
I can definitely try.
All right. So they'll come up next as soon as they do a few door prizes, and we'll do that. And this is the rankings. We'll show that, getting ready for it. So I'm not sure if I'm going to say that name right, but that looks like it. Jin Yi, maybe. So it's Jin Yi against Noah, and then who the winner is going to shoot against Jet, and then against Brian. So Noah used to be an employee of ours, and he worked out of the Vancouver store for years. His sister got him a job doing something else in sales, so he moved on from us, but he's still up here shooting and representing, and he shoots Olympic recurve. So we're looking forward to see how he does.
Course of the afternoon, a set of gas bow strings, I believe, of your choice. Just got to see your local Archery dealer, and I'll get them ordered up for you. And who is that?
Is that Delia? Delia He? Delia He? I'm not sure if she's here or not, but we will. All right. Gas bowstrings of your choice. Just got to see your local Archery World shop, and they'll get them ordered up for you.
All right, so I'm going to guess you didn't tell me where you're from, and I guessed California. But if you said Massachusetts, I'll eat my words. So we're going to watch a little bit of an interview we got to meet with Alice yesterday.
In a specific.
Hey guys, it's Joe, and I'm here with Archery Northwest and Archery World. I'm the owner and operator there, and you know it's the Archery World Classic here in Lacey, Washington. We are here with Alice Buswell, And you shoot out a program called the Next Step Archery, but it's up north of Seattle, right?
Yeah, it's in Mount Lake Terrace, so Unit Linwood.
Yeah, that's an awesome shop. It's an awesome program to be part of. They keep that sport that really healthy up there. There's a ton of Olympic archers that each year start to come down here. It started out with one, Bala.
Yeah.
Bala, I don't remember her last name, but she showed up as the lone Olympic recurve archer. And she goes, I'll tell everybody about this. And now there's 20-something people in the categories, maybe heading towards 30. So it's great.
I think right now we have 25 of our archers who came this year.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And you're one of the coaches for the Next Step.
I am, yes.
So what do you get? What do you do? How do you work with your students?
So I am new to the Next Tech program. I just moved here to Washington recently. So I'm kind of still learning all of that, how I am competing and coaching at the same time, what I'm doing and all of that. But normally what I do is I'm here to help the archers relax and just remind them like, hey, this is not the place to try and work on new things. It's really just a reinforcement of what they've already been working on, and that's the important part, is just helping them calm down throughout their shot process and getting them that experience, because a lot of them are so new.
Makes sense. And the advantage of something like this is going to put a little extra pressure on them. And then so you're shooting qualifying scores on different line times all throughout the weekend. And then Sunday night, or Sunday actually, the brackets will happen, and a certain amount of archers will move into the brackets, and that'll narrow down to the top 4 archers. And then they're going to feel a lot of pressure because we're really going to kind of highlight them because they made it so far. So what's your goals for this shoot for you personally?
Me personally, this is really like my first time shooting a shoot like this, because I'm from the East Coast and I never went to Lancaster, and I feel kind of like, oh, maybe it's a good idea to come out here and figure out what this type of tournament is like and seeing what it is, and just kind of growing my own personal shooting experience. Goal-wise, I was just coming here to have fun, getting some arrow counts in, and just working on what I've been working on, putting pressure on myself.
Well, awesome. Well, we hope to see you in the bracket round and then on the final stage too. So good luck for the rest of the weekend. And then now your pressure's off because you shot this morning.
I did.
Now you get to kind of fall behind everybody that you know is feeling some pressure, maybe talk them off the ledge a little.
Yeah, a lot of them are feeling that pressure. A lot of my students are shooting up in the women's division because they didn't want to shoot in the youth.
That's awesome.
And they looked at me and they were like, oh.
They can do it, and that's how you're going to get to the next level anyway, right? So we appreciate it, Alice, very much, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, so now we jump straight into the men's Olympic recurve. I'm here with Alice, and she corrected me on thinking that she was from California. I don't even know where I came up with that. And even in the interview yesterday, you said you were from the East Coast. So maybe I'm just not, I'm just not with it. I don't know. Got a lot of.
Not your strong suit.
Yeah, I don't even know that I took that class. So, all right. So we're going to look at the men's Olympic recurve right now. We got Noah. He's one of my old employees, a great young man. He's not even a young man anymore. I guess he's just worked for me long enough that I consider him that. So we're going to see how they're doing.
Jen Yee, right? All right. You got any sponsors? Where do you shoot out of, and what equipment are you shooting?
I'm from Champion Archery Club at Kirkland, Washington. And my equipment, I guess it's a Hoyt Exceed. Not really sure. And what's the last question? I don't have sponsor. Independent.
Independent. All right. How long have you been shooting Olympic recurve? And is this first year you've shot the Archery World Classic?
Yeah, first time here, and I've been doing the recurve for 8 months, starting from Feb or March this year. Olympic recurve.
Wow, so impressive. Just 8 months in, and you're already making the big stage here at the Archery World Classic, so fantastic work. All right, early lead, 26-23. Shenye over Noah. And a couple stats for the crowd. This is 19 archers in this class. We broke it down to 8. Then we had our bracket, broke it down to 4. We're going to pay the top 3 162 for third, 323 for second, and $808 to the winner of this class.
So Alice, let's talk about some of the rules for Olympic recurve.
Okay.
I was going over them as you were shooting. No peep in the string. An arrow has to be, the knock has to be touched, or 1 finger above and 2 fingers below. Or can you shoot 3 fingers below?
I don't normally see people shoot 3 fingers below, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's against the rules to do that.
Okay, but you can't string walk.
No.
You have to be in contact with the knock in some way. And then no length of bars are required, but you can't shoot a magnification either. And then you can't shoot a level bubble like you see.
No, you can't.
So,
Anything that you can find on a compound, you generally can't really find on a recurve. So, no mechanical aid of any kind when you're shooting. They'll always check your tabs to make sure that there's no release structure in there or anything like that.
Gotcha. Yeah. So, well, and we're watching these two shoot right now. So Noah just shot a 9 on that shot. Shen Yi. Good, clean. I can't tell which arrow that was because it shook and I wasn't looking at the others. So it looks like there's a 10, a 7, and a 5. Noah needs a good strong shot here, and that'll take a little pressure off of him maybe. And he gets it. It's pretty consistent.
Very nice group.
Yeah. So it looks like a 9-9-8 for Noah, so he's going to have a little bit of a lead. We always wait till the officials go down.
All right, Noah, tell us
confirm
where
that.
you shoot out of, who your sponsors are, and what kind of equipment you're running.
So I shoot out of the Archery World Vancouver location, and I'm currently sponsored by Archery World, just kind of going through and doing their shoot, and then a couple others around Washington, Oregon. And then I have a Sebastian flute riser and limbs, and then Conquest stabilizers and a Shibuya sight, and then I make my own strings.
Nice. And you've been around Archery World a little while. Is this the first time you shot the Classic? How many times have you shot the Classic?
I've shot it every year. I think this is the second or third year I've shot Recurve.
Nice. And have you made the stage before, or is this the first time?
First time in any competition I've ever done.
Wow, nice. First time up there. All right, let's see the scores. I see you got, I'm not sure if you invited Matt into the box or if he just stepped up there, but I know he knows nothing about Olympic recurve, so is he just there for moral support?
He's the best moral support.
There we go.
That's true. I have my girlfriend here.
All right, flip-flopping the scores. Noah takes a 50-48 lead over Shen Yi. So anybody's ball game as we go to the third and final scoring end.
Absolutely. So coming into this last end, 2 points with Olympic recurve, that could go either way.
Yes.
And now, have you stopped shaking since you came off of the box?
I'm still shaking a little bit, honestly.
So tell us what they're feeling like right now.
They're most likely definitely feeling those nerves. Like, I can look at their form and seeing them shake quite a bit on their bow arm. So I know feeling that up there, I was shaking quite all over the place.
Yeah, and I think that got the best of Melissa on this game too. You know, it's easy when you're shaking. You're trying to put your arrow under the clicker. It shakes out of it, and you lose time because you're on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go, a little pump. He's holding it. It's got to pull back. So
Nice shot.
yeah, tall 9. He matches it, so no score changed. All right, so there's a little room there, but anything can happen. So that's a 7 for Shin Yi's second arrow. Noah shoots a 9 or better. He's on the 8, yeah, 8-9 or 8-7 line. So I think from this perspective, it looks like an 8, but that's not enough to make anyone feel confident. So it could be a 3-point game. He feels it. You see he's all red in his face and on his neck for Noah. Yeah.
Ooh, 8-9 liner there.
Yeah, that's tight too. So Noah's got to sink one in the middle. I don't think I would be shooting at any 12, but I'd certainly just want yellow or better, and I'd call that a win. And he does. Yeah, so I think he's going to be okay. So we'll see how that goes, and that's going to make him happy. You know, he shot his competition a lot and hadn't been able to get on the box yet, and now he just feels that.
Is this the first time you've actually shot in front of people up on a stage, or have you done this before?
Never on a stage. Never.
Yeah, so a whole new experience, huh? Under the bright lights with everybody watching you?
I kind of forget everybody. Just focusing on shooting.
Wow, fantastic. That's a good way to get through it. All right, they're tallying the scores down there. Let's see who's going to move on. Looks like it's going to be Noah moving on 76 to 72. So Shen Yi's going to finish in 4th position in the men's Olympic recurve. Great job. All right, next up, Jet Yasuda. All right, Jet, you're the higher seed. Which side do you want?
Right side.
Jet's going to take the right side, and then you want to shoot first or second?
First.
Jet's going to shoot first. All right, as they get that target hung, Jet, where do you shoot out of? And do you have any sponsors? And what equipment are you shooting?
Shooting Hoyt XD, axial limbs, ramrod stabilizers, OCD string out of Next Step Archery up in Montlake Terrace. No sponsors.
All right, independent, self-sponsored. All right, looks like we're ready to go. Jet, whenever you're ready, go ahead and give a nod over there and we'll get the timer started.
All right. Jet shooting some fat arrows for Olympic archery.
Yeah, very.
They look like they're a 22 diameter or something like that, maybe a 21 diameter.
I think they're bigger than that.
You think they're 23s?
Yeah.
Probably USA, still USA legal arrows. Here, it wouldn't even matter if they were 27s. You just can't get them to fly. You know, 23 is about as fat of an arrow as you can get to fly. And he's proven it right there.
Yeah.
Big fat feathers on the back of it to control and steer that thing. So he starts out with this good 10. Noah lets one fly. He got bumped off that spot, so he's at shot, looks like a 6 on that first arrow.
8-9 liner.
That's that fat arrow going to catch that line, so that's an advantage when you can get them to fly good. And a lot of people don't understand that. They can't get a fat arrow to fly good when you shoot fingers. So you bare bows and Olympic archers, it's rare that you see them get anything above a 23 to fly, whereas compound are always shooting 26s or 27 diameter.
Just because of that speed.
So what we're talking about diameter is it's over 64ths of an inch. So we're talking about that's a great group and great finish there, or start to the whole match here. Oh yeah, Noah's going to come back from that, that mistake that he made at the beginning. It could be what determines the whole entire match, but it didn't affect him. He got it out of his mind, and he's right back on track.
Terrible.
Looks can be deceiving, huh? Yeah. All right, got past that first match. Are they settling down at all, or just about the same?
Just a little bit, not very much.
Nice. Is Mr. Lindquist back there giving you any advice, or is he just standing there watching?
Just standing there watching, but giving good words.
Nice. So I see Jet hit the 12 button over there. Is there a little inclination now to maybe step on it?
I didn't practice 12s, but I might go for it.
Nice. That's what we want to hear. That's what the crowd loves.
Do I have to step on this and turn it off?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, early lead for Jet, 30 to Noah's 26. And we will start the second end.
even with that, to shoot a bigger arrow, you used to have to shoot it a little bit longer as well to get it to flex and fly right. So I think he's still got a clicker on there, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, it's really far
just
out there.
Really far, yeah. So he drew right past that clicker. It looked like. Maybe he didn't, but it's just looks like it's just going to be off at. It looks like it's going to be a 9. So he's making a side adjustment. He wasn't happy with it. No, it's same thing at 6 o'clock. I think it's going to be at 9.
That's the advantage with that 30 seconds. You can definitely take your time and let down if you need to.
Mm-hmm. So he hit the back of his arrow, and it may have deflected a little bit further out.
Yep.
So that should have rode right down and either been a 10 or a 9, but it rode up a little bit and it pushed him a little further out. Still a 9, but that can cost you pretty big when you shoot those bad arrows at a single spot. So Noah got a 9 as well. Oh man, great group again.
Yeah.
So
Shot high.
yeah, I wonder if that one's a 10 or a 9, but it's at 27 or 28 on this end. Noah needs this arrow to stay in it. Oh, and he does.
Yeah.
So he's got. It looks like it could be the same game coming into the final end, which isn't not the end of the world for either of them.
All right, Jet. I recognize the name, so I think you've shot up at the Archery World Classic before. How many times have you shot up here?
Twice.
And have you made the podium before or won this event yet?
I've made the podium twice.
No belt buckle yet, though.
Not yet. That's what this year's for, though.
All right, this year. That's what he's shooting for this year, get one of those shiny belt buckles. All right, so I got to ask you, that's the strategy on the 12. You're hitting the 12 button. Are you actually aiming at it, or is that just in case?
I'm hitting the 12 so that if I come up onto the target and I feel like shooting the 12, I can.
All right, that's a good strategy. Yeah, interesting. Nobody's really had a strategy per se yet for the 12, so good strategy. We'll see if you feel like shooting at it yet. Maybe this time. All right, Jet with a 58-54 lead over Noah. 1 end remaining. Noah, the 12 is available if you need it.
So there was no change on that score from one end to the next. So we're going into the last one with 4 points different. And what Jet was talking about is he's hitting a 12 button, and you can only get a 12 if you hit the 12, but wherever your arrow lands is what you're scored. So you can hit the 12 with almost no regard to it, because if you accidentally hit it and you've called it, you're going to get it.
Yep.
But he's not going to accidentally hit it. If he hits it, it's going to be on purpose, because you can see by his groups.
Yep.
Let's see if Noah can capitalize off this. That's his.
Like an open door for him right now.
Uh-huh. Nope, he just followed the same suit. He's right back to that little tall.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that group he's got stacked up there, just tall. And he put a couple of comfort clicks on there, but it wasn't enough to move it so much. It's enough to let your mind think that it's going to move, but it's only going to move it maybe a millimeter, in a couple of clicks.
Yeah, and the lighting is definitely very tricky.
Yeah, so that light being broadcast onto the target like that, same for all the archers. They all come into it facing the same thing. Oh, nice.
Clean shot.
Yeah. Maybe an 11 is definitely a 10. That's gonna secure it at this point. But let's get Noah. See how he finishes out. Oh, that got away from him. I saw him open his hand, so that's a classic flutt, from Noah. So. That's good shooting. So now we're going to go into that final one with Brian Maxwell against Jet. Jet's been looking for this opportunity for a couple of years now, because he's finished on the podium but not made it to the number 1 spot.
Yeah, exactly.
This might be his year.
All right, so Noah, looks like you're going to finish in 3rd position. Take home a check for $162. And Jet's going to move on to face our number 1 qualifier. Great job, guys.
Now, Jet could get kicked off of this box, and he could have to go to the other. It's Brian's call, so Brian will get to choose. Since he's in top seed, he'll get to choose which position he shoots from and if he shoots first or second. And at this level, there's even going to be a strategy like yours. If you shoot first or second, it could determine the outcome. There's an advantage to shooting second because you might miss the opportunity to shoot out of 12 when you need to.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, would you have shot out of 12 if you needed to?
I did for practice, and I actually got one, so it was an option for me. I just decided I didn't need to.
Well, I'm glad Lancaster.
All right, Jet moving on,
makes a big
86 to 74 over Noah. Next up, number one qualifier, men's Olympic recurve, Brian Maxwell. All right, Brian. Top qualifier, you want to shoot left or right? He's going to shoot on the left. You want to shoot first or second? Brian wants to shoot first. All right.
All right.
While they're getting stuff set up, I'll ask you, where do you shoot out of? Do you have any sponsors, and what equipment are you shooting?
Yeah, I shoot at Star Archery out of Mission, BC. Home's over in Burnaby, BC. My sponsors are Ramrods, Win & Win, Excel, and Easton, and Jagger, and a couple others. But yeah, right now I'm shooting with Win & Win, ATF DX, 27-inch riser. Shooting NSXP long lens, 40 pounds. And right now I'm also shooting with Ramrod Vectors, Excel, XP sight, Excel sight pin. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. So we've got an international competitor this year at the Archery World Classic. Fantastic. All right, you're going to be up first. Whenever you're ready, you're going to give Gene a nod over there, and we'll get started.
All right, so I was joking with Brian earlier. He came down from Canada, but his bow was on one of the racks we were clearing out for the finals, and I couldn't find who the owner was. I didn't recognize it as his, and so I started auctioning it off, and all of a sudden he showed up and got it. So that usually, I should start with that. It makes them move a lot faster.
Yep.
I started with $50. I have a feeling it was a little more than that. Using a nose kisser, the Bowmar nose kisser. Those have become, in the last 3 years, those nose kissers have like really come really high because you just need to feel something, contact, and sometimes the string pressure is too much on your face or inconsistent, so that little spike that's on those nose kissers really make a difference. So his first arrow is a 10 for Brian, and then Jet shoots a 9.
9-10 liner.
Yep. Shooting a fat arrow too, so he's under the clock, so he's got to get it done. His coach is gonna walk him through the clock, make sure he gets that shot off.
Generally, a shot can get off in like 12 seconds is pretty good.
He's still shooting high.
Yeah.
And I wonder if he's going to recognize that if he goes back and watches this, if he wonders if it's him or if it's the day or the light, but at that point, score, so it's like move it and figure it out later.
Yeah, I would have definitely moved it.
All right, so it looks like 10-10-9 for Brian.
Jet needs an 11. Ooh, 9 low.
Oh, did he hit? So he may have been, I can't tell from here, he may have been stepping on that 12 line shooting for a 9, 10, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, very possible.
Yeah,
It looks like
he did. Yep. And so that's why you hear the woos, because he's like, all you have to do is aim at it. You're going to hit a 9 or an 8 if you're aiming just at the top of it at 12 o'clock. And I've heard that strategy before.
Yeah. But it's still that same pattern.
All right. Sticking with same strategy. Did you aim at that one? That one felt good and you aimed at it?
I'm going to leave that up to the people to decide.
If he hit it, he was aiming at it. If he missed it, maybe. All right, looks like they're flipping up the scores. 2-point lead for Brian, 28-26 over Jet after the first end. All right, end number 2. Brian, whenever you're ready, just give Gene a nod over there.
Six o'clock, 10. Tell you what, they're both really great archers. They're shooting really well. Brian didn't, the way he's shooting, he didn't come to get second.
No, definitely not.
So, and Jet wants that, so he's got it, and you can see him talk himself into it. So that's that's a big deal. You gotta know that you can do it.
He's been putting in a lot of practice too.
Oh,
Nice.
that's what they want to see. See, when he lets down, you can see him talking through his process, and you can tell he's talking himself into making that shot. There's no question again at that point.
He's doing his little bobblehead.
You got to keep those demons in your pocket for at least for a couple of more ends. Okay, so I don't know if he called that 12 or not, but he shot a 7, so that's going to be the score that lands.
We might have just caught that.
Yeah, I think so. They may be shooting the same diameter arrow. They're probably shooting 23-12s. That's what I would guess.
Looks like 4 or 5 inch feathers too on both of them. Hot pink.
Yeah, both hot pink, one shield cut, and then Jet shooting a parabolic cut. That's the profile on the back of the arrow, and it looks like they're both shooting left helical as well. Oh, stacking it in there. All right, so if Jet wasn't shooting at the 12, he will on this arrow here, coming up on one of these on the last end, so that'll clarify because you can just tell.
All right, Brian, you got a BC. Do you shoot quite a bit internationally or just nationally, or how long you been shooting, and what's your future goals for Olympic recurve?
Yeah, I've been shooting for about 10 years now. I've been on the Canadian national team for about 7 years now. Yeah, traveled all around the world, staying in some amazing places, and yeah, it's been big. It's really been a really big world out there. I really enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, aside from that, looking forward to heading out to LA for the next Olympics. So right now, the training, the prep for that starts now.
Fantastic. Well, good luck in the future. I think this is the first time you've been to the Classic, right?
Yeah, I heard about this, and everyone was saying, "Oh, you gotta get down there and give it a go." So I was like, "Oh yeah, for sure." Good time.
Fantastic. So how's the nerves standing on the stage compared to some of the other events you've shot?
Geez, it's always awesome. It's always a great time going up here on the stage.
All right. Fantastic. All right. So Brian taking a 58-53 lead into the final end over Jet.
Okay, going into this final end, unless something happens dramatic to Brian, he's been consistent enough that he's only dropped 2 10s, You got to remember that 10 ring is about just a little smaller than a 50-cent piece, so it's not a big 10 ring. It's the same one that the compound shooter does, and that's on the 11-10 line to begin with. So he's feeling good right now. And there we go. There, follows it up with a 10. So his head bob, Jet's head bob, is his waggle, kind of like for golfers, right? He's just talking through his process. That's going to be a 9 for him on that one.
Seems like Jet's fingers are slipping a little bit on that.
He'll probably go back and get to look at this, and I wonder if, I wonder when you go back and you get to look at the tape, if what you thought was happening is actually what's happening, so you can compare the two, if people get to go back and review. I mean, a lot of great sports athletes will go back and review footage of themselves so that they can see.
Yeah, video work is amazing. Like, we always do that for training, so the fact that this is recorded is great.
How he shot at it. So it looks like Brad called it and shot at it because he had to. He can't be up
Yeah.
here and not.
Yep.
All right, unofficially, looks like Brian's going to take that one home, and Jet's going to finish second. So looks like Jet's going to get a check for $323, and Brian going to take home the first place check of $808 and a fancy Archery World belt buckle. Great job, guys. All right, we'll keep the program rolling.
All right, Alice, thanks a lot for taking the time to walk through your shot process and the way that you know these men Olympic recurves were shooting, and we appreciate it very much. Congratulations again on your win, and we hope to see you at the next one.
Thanks for having me here.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Paying down to 3 places.
So finishing in third place gets a check for $107, Melissa Chi. Congratulations, Melissa. All right, finishing in second place, taking home a check for $250, Yunshu Wee. All right, and your 2024 Archery World Classic champion in the Women's Olympic Recurve, taking home a check for $536, Alice Buswell. Congratulations. All right, fantastic shooting, ladies. Congratulations.
Turn this way, too, ladies. Congratulations, ladies.
All right, a couple more giveaways here. All right, donation from AAE Archery, one of the sponsors of the event. Choice of an arrow rest or stabilizers. Lucky winner of that is going to be...
All right, had a chance to catch up with another rep of ours from JES Marketing. They rep PSE, several different brands, but this is Chris Levi. He's one of our reps in the area as well. Hey, this is Joe from Archery Northwest and Archery World owner and operator. I'm here with Chris Levi. He's one of the main sponsors for us from JES Marketing, and we appreciate you helping the shoot by sponsoring it. And you've got a booth set up in the Pro Shop right now.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
talk about who you rep and what you do.
Yeah, so I'm with JES Sales and Marketing. We rep a handful of different lines that are big supporters of you, and you're big supporters of us, including Victory Archery, SKV bow cases. I also do PSC Archery, 365 targets, Beast broadheads. So we have a handful of lines that are, very prominent in your stores, and you guys do super well with us. And we just want to be here to support back, give back to the community a little bit. These events, I think, are the bread and butter of our industry, right? Supporting our local brick and mortar dealers, guys that are trying to expand and grow the sport of archery and leaving a legacy behind. Like, that's the people that we want to support, and those are the type of stores that we want to keep growing with and growing our products in.
Well, and we can't thank you enough for being here. It really makes an impact on all the archers that use that equipment too. Of course, we love the support internally, but the big thing is the end users, right? If we want to get it in their hands, out in the field with a great product, You guys represent a great line with everything that you do. I think we carry 90% of your whole entire lineup because it's really good. And we're going to pick up a couple of more things just because we like in the things that we're seeing with it.
Yeah,
So
and we have a great working relationship back and forth, you know, with your multiple stores and some things that you have in the works, which is we're all really excited about as well. So yeah, it should be a really good partnership. And like I said, just being here to support your customers as well and trying to grow the sport of archery. I think that's kind of been lost in the past few years, and it's starting to come back where, you know, the service stores are really starting to grow and growing the youth archers and things like that. And this is a great example of that. You're going to have 200 plus shooters here. It's going to be a great event, giving away a bunch of prizes. There's some other great manufacturers here. Archery as a whole, I think, is becoming a better community every day. So
that's right, and we appreciate it again. And if you want to learn more, go to archerynorthwest.com. You're going to find out all about Archery Northwest and what we try to do to support all the brick and mortar stores around the Northwest. And you can check it out, archeryworld.net. Okay, we're turning into the women's barebow now. You have Reagan in the red jersey, and you have Pam on the right in the gray. Great archers. Pam has won this event a couple of times, I think. So Pam looks like she started out with an 11. That one got away from her. So that is it looked like a 4. And notice the difference between the barebow archers and the Olympic archers. There's no sight on the front of the bow, so their anchor is high. They're looking down the arrow shaft to the point or the tip of the arrow, and they use the tip of the arrow to aim. So it's a totally different anchor point system. They don't have to touch the nock, so you see how far below this the arrow they're holding the string. They find out within fractions of a millimeter how far below that arrow they have to hold the string, so that it impacts closest to the center as they possibly can get.
All right, Reagan, I know you're not by the host. Give us a little information about you, any sponsors, where you shoot out of, and what equipment you're using.
Six. Yeah, got the year right. Got Nika limbs, they're N3s. Spigarelli plunger, an AAE rest. VAP arrows, Yost tab. And my grandpa made my weights. My dad made my string.
Oh, fantastic. And who you got in the coach's box there? I think we recognize him, but who you got in the coach's box?
That's my dear old dad. Emphasis on old.
And I'm guessing, since you're out of Nampa, I've heard this from Megan. I believe she's a member, but you guys got a group over there. You're right. You're the Fab Tabbers, if I remember right.
Yes, the Fab Tabbers, and I think they're watching. So hi guys.
Fantastic. We'll shout out to the Fab Tabbers from Western Idaho, Nampa area. All right, early lead for Reagan, 24-20 over Pam. Pam, second end. Whenever you're ready, just give Jean a nod and we'll get it started.
Yeah, that's right. So Western Idaho, down in the Nampa, just west of Boise, they have this group of barebow archers, this huge community. They get together and shoot often. They're called the Fab Tabs. So Megan's just sitting down with us. She's been running the admin booth for 3 days straight now, and she's finally got a break, so we're going to use her. We're talking about the Fab Tabs.
Oh, yeah.
So
I'm a
she
member
is
of
a
the
member of the
Fab
Fab Tabs, but she didn't shoot this event because she's running it, making everything happen that you get to see on scores and keeping it run smooth. All right,
Nice shot, Pam.
Pam's back on track. She had a couple of ones that got away from her, but that's looks like a 9 and a 10. Reagan starting out with an 8 on this end. A little bit left on that one. There she is. That's the Pam we know there. I've seen her shoot 30 with 3 In competition, I think the year she won this, she shot a 33 on one end.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I spoke with Pam earlier today, and it was pretty interesting. She mentioned that since she has about 40 years on most of these shooters, she feels pretty happy just to be here and be on the podium. So she is just such a great woman. She's such a good sportsman. She just is a delight to be around. So yeah, she just recognizes the opportunity she has to just continue to be shooting, and that's pretty awesome.
Yep.
I'm just here to have fun at my age.
Fantastic.
There you go.
So you've been up on the stage quite a few times. You've been to multiple events throughout the Northwest. I see you all the time. Do the nerves get any easier, or is it the same every time you get up there?
It's worse every time.
Pam says it's worse every time. Well, that's not good. I don't know if I want to ever get back up on that stage then. All right, turning over the score sheets now. Looks like Reagan's got a 49-38 lead over Pam after 2 ends. Yeah, the first arrow you shot before the timer went off. Yeah. Make sure so when you give a nod, it's going to count down, and then you got it. Yeah. Tim's watching. All right, Pam. Wait till it turns green down there. All right, Pam, whenever you're ready.
Okay, looks like there was a little hiccup. Pam may have got an arrow off before her official time to shoot started.
Yeah, so that's why you see she shot a 0 on her first, only because the arrow did leave her bow prior to the shooting timer starting. So
yeah, she slammed that one right in the
that
middle.
is a disadvantage to shooting first.
Yeah, there's some advantages and disadvantages. So
is you do have that 10-second countdown if you're the first shooter, and then
So look at Reagan. She's getting some advice from her dad. So she made an adjustment to her plunger. So I got to let Megan get out of this booth so she can get back to work. But thanks, Megan, for stopping by.
Thank you.
All right.
Done. Great job, ladies. Looks like unofficially Regan's going to move on. Pam's going to finish in 4th position in the women's barebow. So Regan, I'll ask you, are the nerves a little jittery up there, or is it getting easier?
Well, I remember everything so far, which is better than last time I was up here. So, better, but I'm still shaky.
Very nice. I know this is the 2nd year you guys have come down for the Classic, I believe, right?
Yeah.
And if I remember right, you made the shoot up last year. How'd you finish last year?
I got 2nd last year. I was way more nervous than I am right now, but I had to watch the YouTube video to figure out what happened because I could not remember anything that happened. I just blacked out.
So she blacked out last year, but hopefully you don't black out this year and it keeps going, right?
So far, so good.
All right, so Reagan's going to take that down 76-65 and move on to face our number 2 qualifier. Great job, Pam. All right, number 2 qualifier, women's barebow, Leanne Mickelson. All right, Leanne, you're number 2 seed. You have the higher seed. You want to shoot on the left or the right?
Bumping Reagan.
All right, she's going to bump Reagan and take the right-hand side. And then you want to shoot first or second? All right. Leanne wants to shoot first. All right, Leanne, looks like we're getting set up, so whenever you're ready, give Gene a nod over there and he'll start the timer for you.
All right, after shooting as many arrows they did, Leanne seated second with the 603 to Reagan's 591. Of course, those scores don't count for the shoot up here. It's just individual shooting against each other. But in barebow, that's a fraction of points there, so that could happen on any given end, not to mention across nearly 100 arrows. Okay, so Leanne starts out a little shaky. She shoots, looks like a 6. And Reagan's going to capitalize on that. So Reagan starts shooting with a 9, so that's going to take a 3-point lead from the start. There she goes. She got a 9 out of that one. And Leanne shoots out of the Lacey location here, so she comes down and shoots a ton of leagues and shoots a lot of stuff with all the whole entire barebow community here. Oh, she smokes an 11. So that'll make up a point right there. And a nice group from Reagan too, so we'll see how this all pans out.
All right, Reagan, I'll ask you, how long have you been doing the barebow thing? And who's your coach?
Shooting archery, 20 years. Barebow, 4-ish years, and my dad's my coach. Can't really get away from that one.
You're forced to listen to him? Yeah?
Yeah, or I have to find a ride home because he's my ride to the range, so.
Well, I guess that's fair. Yeah. So 4 years barebow. Did you do compound before that?
Yeah, I did compound for a little bit. I started on a little recurve when I was like 2.5, and then got a compound when I was probably 8 or 9 years old. And then when he started shooting barebow, I wanted to shoot barebow too, because whatever he does, I do. I'm his shadow.
Oh, fantastic. Can't beat that. All right, very close match early on. Reagan with a 27-26 lead over Leanne after the first end.
All right. I'm just sitting down with Brian Maxwell. He just won the men's Olympic recurve. Congratulations on that.
Thank you very much.
And we're watching now the women's barebow, which is a really cool thing too. It's a little bit different discipline, but you're shooting the same style bow.
Mhm.
So not shooting sights, not shooting the same style stabilizers. So let's talk about, since you were just there, let's talk about how you feel about what you experienced, and then explain to everyone what they may be feeling too. So.
Well, the interesting thing, especially when you're up on the stage here, is the actual angle of you compared to the target. The interesting thing is that over the practice range there, some of them have been actually practicing with the target a bit higher up. When you get up on that stage, the target's going to be a fair bit lower, maybe a little bit closer to where we have it on the low target setting in the qualifying rounds.
Also, for the future, if you ever know that you're going to have to shoot on a stand or a stage when you're shooting, so you're going to set that practice target a little bit lower so it feels the same.
Yeah, just so you have that same similar angle of what you're shooting, because that can affect some people in terms of like that positioning and angling. Some people might have a little more toward or this or that when they're on that lower angle, right? And how it affects their anchor and all those things.
Yeah,
especially with that, like, that subtlety of barebow. Right?
Yeah, it makes total sense. Well, this is a close match. Reagan had a 27-26 lead. Now looks like she may extend that a little bit on Leanne. So we'll see how that turns out.
That's impressive shooting on target left there.
Who your sponsors are and what equipment are you running?
I generally shoot out of here, Lacey. I am shooting a win what is this, ATF DX and Uka Limbs, SX50s. And I am presently open to sponsorship opportunities.
Very nice. I think everybody recognizes the guy, but tell us who you got in the coach's box.
This is Mr. Joel Turner from Shot IQ. I owe a lot of my advancement to his coaching, and he graciously agreed to stand in my box.
Fantastic. Well, you're stepping up here on the box, chance for a podium. You would think maybe that would lead to some sponsorship opportunities, possibly. All right. After the second end, Reagan extends her lead a little bit, 56-49 over Leanne. Third and final end coming up. And I'll remind you guys, the crowd loves when you step on the red button.
All right, moving into this last end here. So Reagan's got a pretty substantial lead, but it is barebow and anything can happen. And anchors are different. They're looking down the tip of the arrow, so that's what they're using the side end is the very tip of that arrow in relationship to the target. Different than the Olympic style, right?
That is correct. Like with when you notice when you're actually shooting with a Olympic setup, you have the sight, you have the stabilizers, you have all these things that can help give you a bit more reference points. Ooh, solid shot there. Then give you a bit more reference points for when you're shooting. The stabilizers help get rid of some of the torque in the hand. The sight is a nice little reference point. And these archers will, as we can see here, mostly using the string crawl, using that arrow point to get that arrow on target. Either you'll be directly on the target or just lollipopping and having just above that arrow.
Right. And you notice their stabilizers are really short comparably to the Olympic recurves. There's a ring that's like a 10.2 centimeter ring that the whole entire bow has to fit through. So if it doesn't fit in through that ring, you can't have it on the bow for barebow. Whereas Olympic, you can have the V bars, and to balance it out for right and left, you can have the bar going out the front, which eliminates more torque. So it makes this discipline just like that much more rustic, you know, compared to the Olympic recurve.
Yeah, and the biggest advantage you get when you're rocking with stabilizers is to get rid of that yaw of the bow, that left and right twist in the hand.
All right, looks like Leanne stepped on that 12, so she's going to go for it. Oh, just under.
Barebow low.
Oh, man. All right. So unless something really dramatic happens to Reagan, she's going to move on and face Diane. All right. All right, so one more to go.
3 in the books. Got a red button from the barebow group. Let's see how the score works out. Very close down there.
While they're finishing that last score, let's talk about your plans. You're talking about the Olympics in LA coming up. You're on the Canadian Olympic team. That's a really cool deal. And here you get to walk away with a little cash, so about $800, but in the buckle too. One, I guess I always ask this, what's more important, the cash or the buckle? Because one's going to be an experience and one will get spent, right? And sometimes finances matter, right?
Well, the nice thing is, you know, being from Canada, that $800 works like $1 million Canadian, right? Like,
you could buy a car, maybe.
No, it's been awesome to get, like, you know, access to some of these amazing, like, cash events. Like, we can see this tournament as being, like, it so reminds me of the starting days of the Lancaster tournament, right? And so when we see them all coming here, it starts up here, and then you move up to bigger and bigger venues, get more and more archers. And it's great to actually have the same sort of experience over here on the West Coast.
Yeah, that's what we want. So Leanne's going to move on and face Diane Cochran. And but to finish that thought that you were talking about, that's what we wanted to do. We send a lot of people to the East Coast for Lancaster, the Classic, and we wanted to provide a shoot and a venue that we thought that the West Coast should have to begin with. So we're trying to grow that and make it our own version of it. So we copied their format intentionally so that we can send people already prepared for what the pressures they're going to face are, as best we can for a small venue like us. And it is kind of that infancy of that, and we hope that it'll grow larger too.
Absolutely, and this shoot-up format is just such for amazing viewing, right? It's so cohesive for, like, you know, watching it live, seeing this, like, you know, maintain your place on the platform, next up, next up, next up. And also the very unique thing too is actually having those interviews going on between the shooting. A little bit something for the archers, kind of like, having to kind of maintain their mental game while at the same time having these awesome little interviews, maybe kind of promote themselves a little bit, kind of throw out some shout outs to sponsors. Great opportunity for these archers.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's what we like about it too, because the first time you ever experience, it may really cause a lot of tunnel vision. But if you make it a habit and it's just part of the game, then you get more comfortable. So now when everybody goes back to their league night, they're going to be like, a league? Come on, I just shot this. So that's what we're hoping. And then they start to excel and they start to practice under the pressures and the notes they took during this pressure.
Absolutely. And it's like when you are up at that stage, and if you're at a large event like a World Cup, World Championships, they have a camera crane floating above you. They have the RoboCam on the dolly going around you. All things going on. Big crowd going down each side behind you. The yelling, the shouting, all those things. When you do get yourself in that zone, when you are in that pure focus, you don't recall it. You'll look back on these videos that we're seeing here and you'll see yourself wow, geez, all that was going on. You wouldn't even know when you're in that focus state.
Exactly. So, and it's important to be able to get a little bit of wider view too. So this helps, you get tunnel vision and then you broaden that perspective and then it kind of flexes back and forth. So as you can kind of take in everything that's going on, but it doesn't affect your process, that's what we're looking for. Is it's just, who cares that there's a camera? Who cares that there's a crane? Who cares that all this is going on? You're just going to do your process.
Well, an interesting thing too, as you bring that up, is that the archers themselves, when we are in the professional circuit, we want to really make sure that we maintain a good focus, but not get ourselves burnt out. Right. It's an idea that it's think about that rally term, you focus on the turns and you relax on the straightaways. So you get yourself focused that time when it's your time to shoot, and then you just kind of relax when you go collect your arrows or between ends, and just kind of let your focus kind of drift a little bit. And then you get yourself back into it again. So be able to kind of have that zone state, that focus on command, on, off, and make so you can actually last that focus throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, because you can't stay completely vigilant the whole time or you will burn out.
Absolutely.
And that's what you see at, it's complacency, right? So I was in the military, there was all these signs on every base that you went in and out of. It said complacency kills, and it kills in practice, it kills everything. This usually stops that for the weekend anyway, because it's hard to get complacent in this atmosphere. So let's see how they're starting out. It looks like Diane started out with an 8 and a 9, Reagan an 8 and a 7, so Diane's got a couple of points on Reagan. And can't see where that one landed. It looks like it may have caught a 9. Reagan's got a stack over there to the left. That's most likely string blur. So she changed her string blur just a little. Since you got to look beside that peep, it's going to change the impact of that arrow. So if she was shooting in the middle before and now she's shooting to the right, explain that to archers so they would understand how she's using that in relationship to her point.
Well, the interesting thing is when you look at compound archers have that nice handy little peep sight in the middle of their string. That makes it so they can actually line up that the center of their string and have that little hole through the string there and look right through and line up with their front sight. Right? That makes it really easy to line up that bow and get it nice and straight. But us recurve archers, we're not allowed to have those peep sights on our bows. So what we do is usually line up with the edge of our riser, and that's going to be our reference every time we come to a full draw. So getting that really consistent anchor and getting that what we call our sight picture lined up nicely with the edge of that riser, with that string, is what we use in order to get our version of the peep sight.
And so any slight misalignment, and there's more torque on a barebow to begin with, any slight misalignment or a little bit more induced palm or anything like that can cause that bow to kick or shift. And
especially so with barebow.
Yeah.
The barebow is very sensitive in terms of those inputs on the bow hand, how you anchor, alignment. Even when you have your shoulder up a little bit higher, a little bit lower, those things can affect your draw length and make the arrow go lower. Right? So it's a really interesting thing I highly recommend for anyone starting out archery. Start off with the barebow because it teaches you consistent alignment, consistent draw length, good release, everything that you need to shoot any bow. You start with a barebow.
Yep. All right. Looks like Diane has a 4-point lead over Reagan going into this. I've not seen Reagan shoot any big flyers yet. So she's shooting consistent groups. It's just probably something in a year or so. Those are just going to just keep micro-tuning into the middle even more.
And in this game, consistency will usually win out.
So Diane shooting a fat arrow. I don't know what it is. It looks like it's a cobalt or an X7. That's not a true cobalt, you know. They don't make those anymore, but so pair of 9s. So Reagan's going to have to make a move here in some way to not lose too much ground.
Well, we got that 11 there. That's a super handy little place to have in our targets here. Worst case scenario.
So if you were Reagan and you wanted to make up, Diane shoots an 8, a little bit tall. So if Reagan can capitalize off that and shoot a 10 or 11, then she's right back in it.
There can be some big gains in these two ends.
Looks like a 9.
Again, solid grouping.
Yeah, it's just a little left again. There's no sight to move, so it could be a stance too. I mean, it could just be a hip alignment issue. So there's small little things that barebow and Olympic archers do that compound shooters don't have to focus as much on. It's just as important, but we overlook it because we have the tools to not need it in some ways.
Well, so much about that idea, Leo. Compound, you have that mechanical release. Recurve, you're going off those fingers. You got that archer paradox happening where that the string comes off the fingers, it's making that S pattern before it lets go of that arrow. So your arrow's going to be bending and warping, kind of snaking around the riser to the target.
In your coach's box.
So not quite 3 years. And I have Alice in my coach's box. She's been my coach now for, about 6 months, 9 months? Yeah. So.
Nice. And she was the women's Olympic recurve champion, so nice to have that in the box. Is she giving you any advice or more for moral support back there?
She's telling me to shoot some strong shots, which I can struggle with on occasion. So, yeah, definitely good advice.
Definitely good advice. Yeah, sometimes you get a little tense up there and you start shooting weak shots. All right, narrowed the gap just a little bit. So 52 for Diane, 49 for Reagan, going to the third and final end. And I will remind you, ladies, that the red button is available. So, and Dad says no, but I mean, you have control of the red button, Reagan.
So it looks like Reagan picked up 1 point on Diane on that end, so she closed it a little bit. So somebody's got to do something here. So Diane's just going to try to do her thing. Reagan's got to actually make the move here.
It's more than possible.
Yeah.
Comes down to some good shooting. Because again, she's got some good grouping there. She just gets herself lined up proper here.
And I saw Chip come up and talk to her about something specific that he might have seen and recognized. And you know, he won a World Archery Festival last year, so he did win Vegas, and he came here and he won this too.
Fantastic.
And he's going to be in the finals with Raymond that won Lancaster last year too. Diane starts out with a 9. Yeah, still a little bit left. I don't think she shot very many arrows right. So.
Solid groove.
Yeah, a little tighter. If Diane keeps that pattern, it's going to end up in the 10 ring. You know, she's just creeping in an inch at a time. Ooh. All right, so that's. So what's she gonna? Is Reagan gonna shoot at it? She's looking back. I think they know what happened there.
Well, this is probably gonna make a decision for her when we see this next arrow.
And Diane did exactly that. She kept creeping in. So I don't know if she was holding more off each time or if it just felt more clean on each release. Oh, I think she stepped on it and didn't tell Dad. Oh, no, maybe not. I don't know. No, she's too late.
God, that would have been amazing.
It looks like Diane's going to take this one home. She's going to be the champion, and Reagan going to finish in second place. Very nice job, ladies. We'll get the official score here. Reagan going to take a check for $198 home. Probably pay for a little bit of gas. Oh, Lancaster. And Diane going to get a check for $495.
All right. Brian, again, I appreciate it very much. You sitting talking with me. A lot of people were really interested in hearing a point of view from you, an Olympic archer from Canada. Any shout outs that you want to give anybody before you take off?
Yeah, geez, I just want to thank everyone here for such an amazing event. This has been a wild hoot. It's been so great to actually come out here for this, and highly recommend anyone come out to this event. Check it out. It's been awesome, and it's just going to be getting bigger and bigger. So really proud of that. And yeah, thanks to everyone and our sponsors. Anyways, you know, gonna say hello. Little Ramrods here. Gonna say hello. And yes, thank you guys for everything. It's been great, and thank you. It was a fantastic experience.
Thank you.
Third place is going to be a check for $162.
That's going to go to Noah Bagger. All right. Second place and a check for $323, Jet Yasuda. All right. Your 2024 Archery World Classic Men's Olympic Recurve Champion, shiny belt buckle, and a check for $808 American, not Canadian, Brian Maxwell.
Which one? Congratulations, guys.
All right, great job, guys. Thank you. All right, next drawing, coming out of the number 1 box. Looks like, what are we giving away? Looks like a gift certificate for a set of Bright Strings, donated by Wade Smith with Bright Strings. And the winner is Delia He? Delia? One of those. Another winner, a set of Bright Strings. Okay. All right, a dozen gold tip arrows of choice. Looks like a winner of Todd Schaff. Todd winning some arrows. All right, congratulations. All right, rolling along in the program. Next up, women's open class. So total of 9 shooters in the women's open class. We broke it down to 4. Brackets were for reseeding purposes. We're going to pay 3 places deep. The third place is going to get a check for $74. Second place, $149. And first place is going to take home a check for $371 and a shiny belt buckle. All right. In fourth position, your fourth qualifier, Angela Nicholson. All right, let's see if we can beat that warm welcome for Becky Wiltsey, your number 3 qualifier. All right, Becky, you're going to be the higher seed. You want the left or the right? I'm guessing right. All right, and you want to shoot first or second? Becky wants to shoot second. All right. So Angela, you're going to have give a little nod over there to Gene whenever you're ready, and he'll get the timer started.
Angela Nicholson starts out with a pair of 10s. Shooting against Becky Wiltsey from Eugene. Becky shoots out of Cascadian Bowman. Down there, they run a great shoot, a great safari every 4th of July, or the closest weekend to the 4th of July. If you live down in that area or anywhere in the Northwest, it's a great one to make your way to. So Angela starts out with a 30. Becky moved that bow a lot, but it turned out well, so she's got a 31.
Angela, we'll start with you. Tell us where you shoot out of, who sponsors you, and what equipment are you using right now?
I am shooting out of Silver Air Bowman in Mount Vernon. No official sponsors. And then you said equipment. I'm shooting the Title 36, B3 scope, black gold sight, stand clicker, and PS26s.
Nice. And I see we got another Mr. Turner in the box helping you out.
Yep.
Any free advice he's giving you, or is he just standing there looking stoic?
Advice. No, he gives me all the advice.
All right. Early lead to Becky, 1.3130 over Angela. Good strong start from both ladies. Going into the second end.
Me too.
All right. Both Becky and Angela shot great scores. They had a 710 for Becky to a 709 for Angela in all their rankings to get here. So that seeded Becky in third spot and Angela in fourth, so it could go any ways, and you're kind of seeing that right now. And it looked like that Becky has a 1-point lead going into the second. All right, Angela shot a 9 on that first one, but she made up for it with shooting at 11. Becky let that one get away from her a little bit, so that may swing this just a little bit. That's going to be close. May catch a 10, may be a 9. Looks like it's going to be a 10.
Becky. Everybody that shoots archery in Oregon probably knows Becky. She is a member and helps organize everything at Cascadian Bowman in Eugene. She's also a member and runs stuff for OBH, all the state tournaments, and also runs a little series we have in Oregon, the Willamette Valley 3D. So if you shoot in Oregon, you probably know Becky. So Becky, tell us what you're shooting and who you're shooting for.
I shoot for the Bowtech Factory Pro Shop. I'm shooting a Reckoning Gen 2 36 with a Spot Hog Spark and Hog Father sight and the Spot Hog Swap rest and bright strings, of course. Yeah.
All right, and I see you got a past champion in your box. Who you got helping you help coach you?
Emily.
Just Emily.
Just Emily. Everybody knows Emily.
All right. Look at that. We got a tie ball game. 60-60. Tied up going into the third end. I haven't seen a red button pushed yet, but I'll remind you ladies that the red button it works. You can push it. Some people say it gives you turbo, and it's worth 12 if you hit that little dot.
They may be negotiating if they should both hit it. I don't know what they're talking about. All right, Angela is going to start out with an 11. It's a long hold, and she caught a 10 with it. Maybe a little longer hold than she wanted for Becky. Sometimes that internal shot clock starts to stall because you stop pulling and she's shooting the hinge, so she's got to rotate her back muscle and scapula just right. And you think you might be pulling harder than you actually are. Angela with a 10 on her second shot. Oh, that one got away a little bit, so it's a 9. Looks like another 10 for Angela, so a 31. A lot of movement in that stabilizer. So I think Becky's going to make a couple of adjustments to that bow.
Angela's going to move on. Great shooting, ladies. So I'll ask Angela, you've been up here before, I believe. You've made the shoot down before, up here at the Classic. Do the nerves get any better?
No, not at all.
They never get better, do they?
They don't.
We will see how things work out here. Have you always shot the freestyle class, or did you shoot bow hunter freestyle before?
No, always freestyle.
And have you made the podium or won a belt buckle yet?
No belt buckle. I've gotten third, I think is my highest here.
Nice. All right, final score. Angela with a 91, Becky with an 89. Nice job, ladies. So Becky gonna finish in 4th position. Angela moving up to face our number 2 seed, Mara Craghead. All right, Mara, you're the higher seed. You're going to bump Angela over to the right, okay? And do you want to shoot first or second?
I'll shoot first.
All right, Mara's going to shoot first. As they're getting the targets set up, I'll ask you, Mara, where you shoot out of? Do you have any sponsors, and what equipment are you shooting?
I'm shooting out of Central Washington, not really for a club. I don't have any sponsors at the moment, but I've got some good equipment. I've got my PSD Super X, Bright Strings, Excel Sight, my True Ball Release, so all the good things, yeah.
Nice. And who you got in the back box there for you?
I've got Miss Kia, so.
Nice. Have you guys discussed the 12 strategy yet?
I think I'm just gonna keep it where I'm comfortable, trying to go for it only if I need to, so.
All right, good strategy. All right. So looks like the targets are set, scores reset. So whenever you guys are ready, we got a new scorekeeper. Give Tim a nod over there and he'll get you started.
Okay, so Mara Craghead is Carrie's daughter, and Carrie just got second in the Women's Senior Open. So Mara's up. She's guaranteed second or third, shooting against Angela. Angela said she's placed third before, so she's made that goal. Now what we're looking at is Angela wants to do better than she's done in the past. Mara will try to do her best to stop her from doing that. And Angela's starting to put them down. That's a solid shot. 11. Mara's first shot, deep breath, was a 9. Now she's going to settle down. Gives a little advantage to Angela because she's been on the podium for a minute. But Mara backs it up with an 11 of her own, real centered shot up. So solid again. Almost that's that ODC, almost dead center. That's a solid for Mara again, so she's got 2 11s and it's a 9-10 liner. I think it's going to be a 9. And a 33 for Angela. So Angela's she's gonna go on a roll here. So what's gonna happen is if she builds some confidence after the shot, it's gonna be hard to stop her, because confidence, everyone that steps up there knows they can shoot a 33. They've done it in practice, they've done it in the qualification rounds, and so now that confidence build will help Angela out.
No strategy at all? Are you gonna, maybe if you need it, you might, or no chance at all?
Maybe if I need it, but hopefully I just stay ahead and then I don't need it.
All right. Well, if you keep shooting 33s, you may not need it. So first end, 33 for Angela, 31 for Mara. Good shooting, ladies. On to end number 2.
Last year, I got to shoot with Mara for the first time at Cascadian Bowman at their annual safari they do on the 4th of July. Had a good time. There was a big crowd of us. Got to know her a little bit, and she's an awesome shot. So she's not going to give Angela any slack. So anything she can put some pressure, anything she can do to put pressure on her, she will. So it's a 10. Another 11. She's looking real poised up there. Her form looks great. Her follow through looks great. Center punch that. Little hole punchers right in the middle. Oh man, Angela's on fire right now. So this is some great shooting. A little bit of bow movement, and she caught a 10. Just a little bit extra bow movement. Oh man, another 33. That's impressive.
All right, Mara, instead of asking if you have a strategy, I'll ask you this. Have you practiced shooting at the 12s at all?
I did a couple times over on the other side of the curtain, just a few.
Just a few? So are you comfortable if it comes down to it that you might need to hit one? Are you comfortable pushing the button and maybe shooting at it?
Maybe. That's a maybe.
Big maybe? All right. Angela, putting the pressure on early. Clean so far with a 66 to 62 over Mara. End number 3.
Mara starts out with a 10. Man, Angela is just slaying it right now, inside out. Again, not touching the 10 line, solid 11. That one's going to be tight. That might just be off of the 10 line. Oh, another one. And she's got such a great group, it's easy to tell. She's like a quarter inch to the right of center there. Oh, and Mara just hit that 12 button. So Mara's going to shoot at the 12. Oh, just a little off. So unless anything dramatic happens, Angela's going to take that one. And I think that's Angela's first miss on this. She shoots a 10, so that's the first point missed on this game.
Unofficially, it looks like Angela's going to move on. And Mara's going to finish with a check for $74 in third position in the women's open class. Great shooting, Mara. All right, Angela, are the nerves settling in at all? Is it getting a little bit easier?
No.
Wow, you're shooting really good for not getting easier. 1 point from perfect on that round, so fantastic shooting. Up next, number one qualifier, JC Cipriano. JC's the higher seed. Are you gonna take the right or the left? She's gonna take the right. All right, and you wanna shoot first or second, JC?
First.
All right, JC's gonna shoot first. While they're setting it up, JC, tell us where you shoot out of, if you're sponsored, and what your equipment is.
I shoot out of Twin Falls, Idaho at Advantage Archery, and I'm sponsored by Advantage Archery, Fusion Mechanicals, Black Eagle Arrows, and Apex Strings. And I'm shooting the new Concept X and Black Eagle Arrows.
Fantastic. And I noticed that looks like the Skeeter color, right? So I'll ask you your opinion. Do you like the Skeeter color, and do you think that's a better men's bow or women's bow?
I think it's a better woman's bow than a men's bow.
All right, we agree. Yeah, we agree. And who do you got in your coach's box?
Bodie Turner.
Bodie Turner. Do we know who Bodie Turner is?
No.
All right. So, first end, final match for the championship. Whenever you're ready.
So here we go. JC has Bodie in her corner. Angela has Joel, father, son back there coaching. If you look on the back wall, when you get a chance, you see one of Bodie's jerseys that he wore when he was shooting in Vegas as well. So JC starting out strong, just quarter inch right of center with an 11. Angela looks like just off the 11 line for a 10. That looks like another 11 for JC. Another 11 for Angela. A 10 for JC. So if Angela hits an 11, it looks like it'll be a tied game from my perspective. A 10. So it may be a 1 point JC advantage, but we'll see.
Good arrows downrange. All right, JC, I'll come back to you. I know you had a shoot just a couple of weeks ago in Twin Falls. Tell us about what you did over there.
Yeah, for my senior project, I hosted an archery tournament, and all the proceeds went to the American Heart Association. And I raised over a little above $8,000.
Oh, fantastic. So that was a part of your senior project? And did you have any big names come to the shoot?
Yeah, I had quite a few big names come to the shoot. Like Bodie was there, Tim Gillingham was there, Drew Hortman was there, Linda was there, Lindsay was there.
Nice. So a lot of semi-big name pros come from the area, Salt Lake and the vicinity of Twin Falls? Nice. Well, fantastic. Good job. All right. Early lead for JC, 32-31 over Angela, going to end number 2.
So we got to go to Twin Falls and film that shoot for them. Caleb runs that shop at Advantage Archery, and Cisco's one of his #1 guys. Great group of guys over there. They run a great shop, and it's a really cool layout too. So it's old downtown, and the pro shop is upstairs. The range is downstairs. About a 14,000 square foot shop, 7,300 on each floor, I think. So it's really cool to be there. So go and check that out at Archery Northwest. We had that from a couple of weeks ago. So they're starting out. JC's got a couple of 11s. Angela's got a 10. Angela let one slip, so that's a 9. So that's going to swing to JC's favor. Centered it. So ODC for 33 for that, for JC. So collected up there and centered again. So other than that one arrow slip from Angela, she shot so solid all day.
All right, Angela, I see you get a little coaching advice from old man Turner here. We're going to ask the hard-hitting question now. Do you think there's a rivalry, a father-son rivalry, in the coach's box?
Probably always. Doesn't matter where they are.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. So your advice against, or Coach Joel's advice against Bodie's advice, yeah. Who do you think is going to give the better advice to their archer in this situation?
My coach.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Good answer. All right, JC with a 65-61 lead over Angela. Going to the third and final end, and one final reminder, that red turbo button is still in play.
JC put it down that time, so that extended a lead for her, so she's got a little bit of relief there. Well, I think she realized she was about to shoot before, so she grabbed her thumb button, or it's a back tension release, but she made sure she wasn't going to get that shot off because she had already started the process and realized she was ahead of the clock. Went off a little high 10. That looks like that's going to be a 10 to match. So Joel smiling like, hey, you should hit that 12 buttons for Angela, so we'll see. Oh, that's a little low, so Joel's probably going to say shoot one more 11 and then see what happens and put the pressure on her. And Angela's got an advantage being last at this particular point now. She can watch and see what JC does. That, I think, is going to be a 10. smoked it on that last one. So it looks like JC is going to take it, but Angela's hit that button because she's going to shoot at it anyway. She wants to show everyone that she can do that. She wants to prove to herself she can do it and build some confidence while doing it under pressure. Oh, just off right.
All right, fantastic job, ladies. Unofficially, it looks like JC's going to take that one home. Angela going to finish in second place in the Women's Open, and JC Cipriano going to take the check for first place. Looks like young Mr. Turner wins the coaches' battle. All right, let's get the official score down there. 95 for JC, 89 for Angela. Fantastic job, ladies. All right, next up we're going to do the awards for barebow women's.
All right, so stay with us. Coming up and finishing out, we're going to finish out with the Men's Open, the Championship, and then the barebow men's division. So we just finished the Women's Open. Definitely don't go anywhere. Stick around because it's going to get really exciting really fast here. These women were putting a hurt to it here just a minute ago. JC prevailed in that. So that's a really good opportunity for you to, if you're interested in the sport and you live in the Northwest, all these great pro shops around, go in, talk to them, they'll get you started. There's people from 3 states. It's international at this point because we have Canada here. So we want to try to grow this throughout the whole Northwest. This shoot particularly, we really are partial to because it's our own, but we want to see a large shoot presence on the West Coast. And we keep working with the manufacturers to help us grow that, and they see this happening every year, more percentage and more percentage each year. So stick around. We got Men's Open coming up right after they do some door prizes, and then we'll go into the championship where you got the Brody Turner that is seeded first with a solid 659 out of 660. And he said that his best 30X round he thinks he had at the second half of this game for the qualifying round. Took a picture, posted it on Archery Northwest Instagram, so go take a look at that. It is impressive. There's only one arrow that touched the 10 line.
Bill Walker. Yeah, Bill gonna get that. One of our barebow guys. All right. Next up.
Coming up next, we have
the
the Men's Open. Cody Taylor qualifying 4th. Josh Edmonds making it through the brackets as well. Curtis Myers and Scott Allen. So got really solid shooting throughout there too. And you can see those shot placements based off of the percentage of the archers that participated. At first place is going to pay out 866, third 347, and our second is 347, and third place is 173.
All right, next one. X Focus 365 wins, donated by X Focus 365 Archery. Winner of 1 custom lens of their choice. And that goes to Chris Fong. Chris Fong, the lens of his choice.
Gonna run a commercial.
To get our top four, we're gonna pay 3 places, $175 for third, $347 for second, and a whopping $866 for the winner.
Number 4 qualifier, Cody Taylor. And your number 3 qualifier, Josh Edmonds. All right, Josh is going to be your higher seed. Josh, it looks like you're shooting on the left. Yes, sir. And do you want to shoot first or second? We'll go second. Josh is going to shoot second. He's going to give it to Cody to lead us off. All right, you guys ready? All right, guys are ready. So if you look over there at Gene and give a nod when you're ready, he'll get the timer started.
So Cody and Josh, not too far apart in their seating. Looks like Cody's got an 11 and one's questionable. It's a 10-9 lighter. Looks like we got an 11 and a 9 for Josh. Cody shooting a hinge release. That's on the edge too. That could be an 11. It's too close to call. And a 10 for Josh.
Cody, tell us where you shoot out of. I know you come down here and shoot with us a bit down in Troutdale, Vancouver, probably a little bit in Longview, but tell us where you're from, who you shoot for if you're sponsored, and what your equipment is.
So I shoot out of Walla Walla, Washington with the Blue Mountain Archers, and I work in Longview, so I shoot pretty much up and down the I-5 corridor. So I've also shot in Kennewick, Washington, just doing league shoots, getting ready for this. And the only thing that sponsors me is my credit card. So, and yeah, we're here.
All right, great job. Have you shot the Classic before?
First time here. This is technically my second year doing target archery. So.
All right, so on the box, on the big stage already, so that's a great result for a relatively new archer. I know Cody comes out and shoots with us in Troutdale, and he's always towards the top of the list there. So, and we got a good group that push each other down there, Kai and Matt and a couple of the other guys. So, good group to shoot with and push you. All right, looks like we got a tie ball game after the first 10, 30-30, Cody and Josh.
All right, Cody at full draw with a hinge here. That's on the 10-11 line. Don't know which way that's going to go. And it looks like Josh is shooting a hinge as well. 10, solid 10 also. So look at the form differences. So both are acceptable for sure. Cody shoots his a thumb down, so he's got a reverse grip on that to execute his. By the way, he rotates his shoulder. That shot got away from him a little bit, shot a 9. And then if you look at Josh, he's shooting the same style of release, but he has a flat hand, so he doesn't roll his thumb as far down as Cody does, and both are fine. There's great archers that do both, so just two different ways to accomplish the same thing. 11 for Josh. And Mountain's a tight one too. I think that's going to get an 11 for that last arrow. And a 10 for that final arrow for Josh.
Number 2 done.
All right, let's step in here and talk to Josh. Josh, I see Ryan's back in the coach's box, so I'm guessing he's probably your strength and conditioning coach?
Yeah, I was going to go with Emily. I figured she counted better, but I gave him my water bottle, so I guess he ended up over here. Gotta stay hydrated.
Yeah, he takes over sometime. If you are on his program, it looks like you're in maybe on the advanced level, the higher up strength and conditioning course.
Typically, I try to get going a little bit too quick, and sometimes it'll trip me up. So we'll make do.
All right. So where do you shoot out of, and you got any sponsors, and what are you shooting?
So I shoot for ME. It's me, and my local shop I shoot out of is here. And then we got the Concept X, AE bars, couple of things.
Nice. Hoyt Concept X, looks like you got the Skeeter color, and we've talked to JC earlier, so we know how that color shakes out.
We'll go with that.
All right, after 2 ends, 61 for Josh, 60 for Cody. Still a tight race, anybody's game. And don't forget the red button.
The crowd loves it.
Starting out with an 11 for Cody. A 10 for Josh. Same hole for Cody at another 11. Looks like it's going to be a 10 again, so that's going to swing it a little bit. So it's going to book a favorite at Cody at this point. He's going to try to capitalize on that. And he moved a lot, but it's going to be solid. It's close. I think it's going to make a 10. I don't think it'll hit a T11. Just a little low on that 10 as well.
Any official score down there?
Not too much conditioning.
All right, I didn't ask you earlier, Cody, but who you got in your coach's box and why?
I got Joe Gazzotti in my box. I've shot with him all up and down the I-5 corridor. And honestly, it was just bottom of the barrel picking at this point. So,
yeah. Yeah, bottom of the barrel, and then Joe threw an extra $20 so he could stand up here. All right, we'll get the final score down there. Double check it, make sure. Looks like Cody might move on, but unofficially. All right, Cody pulls it out, 92-90 over Josh. Cody moving on. Congratulations, Josh. Josh is going to finish in 4th place in the men's open class. Very good accomplishment. Next up, your 2nd seed, Curtis Myers. All right, Curtis, you got higher seed. You're going to move Cody. You're going to take the right-hand side, and you want to shoot first or second?
I'll shoot first.
All right, Curtis wants to shoot first. All right, well, they're getting targets hung up and stuff. I see a Canadian flag on the sleeve, so I'm guessing you're from Canada, so tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're shooting.
My name's Curtis. I'm from Shootout Mission, British Columbia, Canada, shooting a Supra X37 and Red Trail Archery stabilizers and the new X Trail 27 arrows by Red Trail Archery as well. XL sight, scope, release.
Nice. So did you make the trip down? A group of you come down together, or did you make the trip down by yourself?
Come down with my wife. We came down together. We got a whole bunch of us here that we know, though.
Nice, nice. Fantastic. Well, we appreciate you guys coming down, and looks like you got a good group up there because quite a few of you Canadians making it up onto the stage. So congratulations and good shooting. All right, first end up.
So that was a good comeback from Cody on that last end to beat Josh. And definitely Josh didn't give up anything. Cody just dropped 1 point on that last end, so that made it really exciting to watch. Now we're watching Cody shoot against Curtis. Ten, 9 o'clock. He's had a few arrows in that same location, just too tight to call it. Looks like it's going to be a 10, but I can't tell. That's an 11. That's an 11. Oh, Curtis had a massive flinch, and he caught himself, and then he knew he couldn't let down a draw again because of how long he held. So he came through that. Probably freaked him out. It freaked me out a little bit, but he was able to keep it together enough to get a good shot off. So that's a big deal. So I'm sure his coach,
being a new archer, relatively new to the tournament scene, coach giving you advice. What do you think about standing up on that box, and how's the nerves doing?
I've settled down after that first round. Now my legs aren't shaking, so I'm doing all right. It's definitely a different experience. I thought just the bracket shoot-ups were bad. This is a different level of stress.
Yeah, it's a whole different level. Until you stand up there, you don't really realize it. And if it's settled down a little bit, I'll see if I can put in a word with Joe, and maybe we turn up the volume a little bit on the box shaking. Coach Gazzotti back there, well known in the Northwest. Have you guys discussed the 12 strategy at all?
I followed his advice so far. He's the one calling the shots. I'm just shooting the bow, putting arrows downrange. So he'll tell me what I need to do.
Oh, fantastic advice. Fantastic, yeah. I'm not sure he's the one I would trust, but fantastic advice. Looks like we got a couple of close ones down there, flipping over the scoreboard. Oh, we got a tie after the first end, 32-32, both archers going to round end number 2. See if anybody can separate themselves. Remember, the red button is in play once per end.
So it's all tied up right now, and I bet Curtis will take that all day long after that flinch. I bet it. He's not used to doing that, and that maybe the pressure of the event and being up on that box like we're trying to recreate for Lancaster is making him think I'll be happy to be tied after the first end. Just off the 10 line, so he's got a 9. Cody is looking pretty relaxed. He's got a 10. He's looking a lot more relaxed than that first end, too. And that's what you have to talk yourself into, is just understanding it's another shot. Again, this is coming from the guy that's behind the mic right now. And a 10 for Curtis. Looks like 10 for Cody. That's going to be an 11 for Curtis. Looks like it'll be an 11 for Cody as well.
So Curtis, I'll ask you the same question as Cody. How are the nerves, and does it seem like we're having some small earthquakes here in Lacey today?
The nerves are awesome. This is you don't get this feeling very often. They're there, they're shaking like crazy, but it's exciting. If you don't like the nerves, you probably shouldn't be up here, I guess.
I agree. So I don't know much about the BC archery scene. Do you guys shoot mostly indoor up there? You got a lot of 3D field stuff. I know Safari's big on the West Coast. You guys doing Safari stuff up there?
We shoot mostly 3D, and we have a pretty good target scene. This is kind of my first year really getting into the indoor target, outdoor target, but shoot a lot of 3D, kind of all over the place.
Nice, nice. So you got a pretty good group up in the southern, I assume southern BC region mostly, or do you guys travel like Alberta, get a little farther out, or mostly stick to BC and maybe northern Washington?
We travel all over from BC, Alberta, do some of the ASA stuff down in the States. 3D everywhere.
Nice, fantastic. All right, still a tight ball game. Cody takes a 1-point lead after 2 ends, 63-62. The red 12 button still in play in case you need it. Hopefully we see you push it, but no pressure.
That's going to be a 10. I think that's going to get it. I think it's going to get an 11 and give Mr. Taylor another point. There's the center right there. So there's an 11. That one got away from him, so that's a 9. Looks worse than it is. I mean, it's a couple of points, don't get me wrong, so he gave up what he had. But it will come down to what Curtis shoots here. So Curtis, he's got a screamer there at 11 o'clock on the 10 line, so it's a 10 or a 9. So now the question is, what's Mr. Taylor do? Well, he's going to finish strong. He's going to finish strong, so I don't know what the result will be, but we'll see.
End of N3. Cody puts his last arrow right in the middle. Might be just enough. We'll see after the official score. Going to be very close, but I think unofficially Cody might have got that one by 1 or 2. We'll double check that. Got a couple of really close arrows down there, so we'll double check those. So Cody, if you take home a check, are you ponying up anything for the coach, or are you keeping it all for yourself?
I got to pay for archery somehow. I mean, this is expensive. I mean, I'll give him maybe $20.
All right, that seems more than reasonable for the advice he's given you. Yeah, I think you might overpay just slightly, but. All right, finish it up. Cody finishes with a 94. Curtis with a 92. Great match, guys. Curtis is going to step off and finish in 3rd place. Going to take home a check for 173 American dollars. Not sure what that is in Canadian, but probably more than that. All right, up next, top qualifier, Men's Open, Scott Allen. All right. Looks like Scott is the higher seed, so it looks like he's taking the right-hand side, I'm guessing. And do you want to shoot first or second? Scott's going to shoot second. Going to give the hammer to Cody and see what he can do with it. While we're setting up, I'll ask you where you're shooting out of, if you got any sponsors, and what kind of equipment you're shooting.
I work up at the Knot Point in Montlake Terrace. What was the third question?
Any sponsors, and then what are you shooting?
No sponsors yet. I'm shooting a Hoyt Stratus, Excel Sight, Excel Bars, True Ball Release, and Easton Arrows.
Fantastic. And who you got in your coach's box back there?
That is my shooting partner, Jet. I was going to be his coach earlier, but he kicked me out.
Oh, so you didn't return the favor, though. All right, looks like we're set up. Championship match. Oh, okay. Names are back, but that's all right. We'll fix them on the next one. All right. Whenever you guys are ready, give Gene over there a nod, and we'll get the timer started.
So they put the names on the wrong targets, so we're going to shoot, and we know Cody has worked his way from 4th place, and he's shooting for 1st place right now, guaranteed 2nd. So he shot his way all the way up this bracket in the Men's Open. It's going to be a good showdown. That's on the line there, so it could be an 11. It could be a 10. It's definitely a 10. It could be an 11, though. And then Scott Allen works at the Knock Point in Lake Mont Terrace. Not afraid to move the knobs either. All right. So Scott's first arrow. What you're seeing there is just a wrong name tape. So don't be confused with that. We'll fix it after the first end. So Scott's second arrow is, looks like he's got an 11 and a 10. One's questionable, it could be close. And Cody's last arrow for the first end is a 10. So he may have one 11 there and a couple of 10s. So we'll see when the line judges get down there how close they really are. Looks like he's going to finish up with a 10 as well for Scott. And here's the layout of this event so far. So we got Cody that started in fourth. He's shot his way all the way up to second place right now. He's shooting against Scott Allen. They're fixing the name tags down there. So he's done an excellent job today. So, you know, that's showing you right now that if you can make the podium, there's a chance that you'll be shooting off for the championship. And Cody's proven that in the men's open. One of the harder divisions out here.
All right, looks like early lead goes to Scott, 32-31 over Cody. 1 point lead after one end. 12s are in play. If you need it, just push the little red button. And whenever you're ready, Scott. Oh, sorry, Cody needs arrows.
Here we go.
All right, Cody. Ooh, didn't like that one, so it's a 9. He won't be able to afford to do that against Scott. And that's why. So that 9, that's a 2-point swing, so it picks up a couple more points. So, gosh, I don't think Scott's going to give up any on the third end either, so it may be wise for Cody to play that 12 now. If he can play that 12 now, he can catch back up if he can hit it. Yeah, he center punched that one too, so that's an 11. All right, he's gonna. It sounds like he's gonna play that strategy. So he's got that 12 button. He knows he has to do this now because he can do it again on the third end. So you can hit that 12 ring or 12 button every time. So he's gonna aim for that bottom white dot. Oh, and that put him back in the game. So we'll see how that is. That might have closed the gap. That 9 didn't do him any favors, so he knew he had to put that pressure on for the so we misdid the clock, so Scott's going to get his full 30 seconds. And that looks like that's going to catch an 11. So it's only going to get 1 point back to Cody, but it's a valuable point at this point.
Saw how it felt and then moved up and shot, looks like an 11. Cody, leaving. Cody smashed the 12 button. So, and I see the strategy now. Looks like Scott's strategy, maybe see what the other guy does and then adjust accordingly if you need to.
Close.
Close. All right, tight match. Let's see how the score works out. Cody picked up a 12, I think, but he also looked like drop one, so we may be really, really tight here.
I dropped in there for the 12 and I'm like, nope, that's not it. That's fine. You know what's really funny? My right eye started watering. I couldn't see anything. Oh, I was like,
All right, after two ends, Scott's actually going to extend his lead a little bit, 65-63 over Cody. Going to the third and final end, 12 still in play if needed. And it looks like hanging a new target. Must have had a couple of lines torn up down there.
So that 9 cost Cody, but he made up a point of it from shooting the 12. So instead of having a 3-point lead,
all right, here we go, third and final end.
Scott has a 2-point lead. Looks like it's going to be a 10 for Cody on that first shot. Another 11 for Scott. He's going to try to take advantage of that. So it's obviously going to probably force Cody to shoot at a 12 again and hope that Scott makes a mistake. Yep, 11. Another 11. So Cody, no choice to do this. He needs this 12, plus he needs Cody to shoot a 9. Can he do it twice? Ooh, just under. Oh, he had to go for it. Can't blame the guy for that. Okay, so Scott's hitting it now. He wants to feel what it's like to aim at that thing under a little pressure up on the stage. And he hits it. Little icing on top.
Unofficially, it looks like Scott Allen's going to win the men's open class, take home a check for $866. And Cody Taylor works up from 4th to 2nd place, going to take home a nice check for $347. Congratulations, guys. We'll get the official scores after they post them.
The suspense. 34.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, we have the championship division. All the pros.
All right, final score, Scott 99, Cody 92. Men's Open champion, Scott Allen. All right, next up, we're going to give the awards for Women's Open.
All right, Women's Open, 3rd place. Our Craighead, $74.
All right, something that while we're giving out a couple of door prizes, heading out the awards for the last division, we're going to talk about a couple of things real quick. We've been working on something that we are pretty stoked about. This is something that I've been working on for the last couple of years. I've been working with manufacturers the last several months. And now we are working with multiple pro shops across the Northwest to bring you something that's never been done in the industry before. This should be a game changer, and we'll be able to support each other. We'll be able to support the customers more, give them a better customer experience. So here you go. We are excited about what's coming next, so follow along on our Instagram, Archery Northwest. Our YouTube channel will launch as we get our software updated for all the shops that are going to be in this co-op, and we'll keep adding to that as we go throughout the year, so we're excited about that. Looking forward to talking more about it later. Right now, we're turning to the men's championship in the Archery World Classic. Matt Lindquist starting out with a solid 11. He was on the podium last year. He's on the podium this year shooting. So let's see how this all pans out and how he got here. So Matt's seated third, and he's shooting against Charles Weinstein right now. And that was decided by an X count. So they both tied in their seating at a 739. Matt had 52 X's, which are 11s, and Charles had 51, so one more 11 was shot by Matt to get to third seed. They're both starting out with 2 11s each. They didn't come to play. They came to get paid. Another 11 from Matt and Charles. Charles looks like he shot a 10. And in this field, they're not going to have a lot of room to miss. Let's look at how they got here. So you see the placement here. So they're shooting right now for $1,000. So the winner of this particular match will be guaranteed $1,000. Second place, $1,500, and first place, $2,500 for the champion. So you see who seeded first. Bodie Turner, he dropped 2 points total in the seeding, meaning 2 11s across the whole entire thing. There was a qualification round. He dropped 1X or 111 during that, and he must have dropped 1 more during the during the bracket rounds. So he's just, Bodie, that's all I can say. Look at who's in second place, though. Kaylee Geisbuehler with a 750 seeded second. And she just had her wisdom teeth pulled out 3 days ago, and they're still her jaw's still swollen, and she's just putting it to it. There's not a women's pro division, so they lump in with the men's pro division, and because of that, she will be guaranteed a 10% more purse. Now, she's guaranteed third, but she's going to try to shoot her way up to first. She's sitting in second right now. She could get bumped down to third, but she's going to go for the win here, and we know that those girls can do it, both Kaylee and Isabel, so we can't say enough about how awesome that is to see them here shooting. All right, so it's a 33-32 game, Matt, 1 point ahead. These are very important arrows. Looks like an 11. Matt shooting the new Concept X. He's been in the coach's box a couple of different times for different archers. Charles, 10, just off to the side. Another 11. And after this championship round, we're going to finish with the men's barebow. And 11 for Charles, second arrow. Men's barebow was the largest division this year at 36 archers in men's barebow alone. So we're going to finish them last. And Matt with a 10 on his last one. So Charles wants to pin this one down so he can keep that under control. And he does. So that'll maintain a little bit of control there. It won't let the lead slip too far away, but that 12, I'm sure you're going to hear Dave ask if it's in play.
We'll interview with Matt, even though I know everything about him. But Matt, the first question the crowd wants to know, I know your first coach's choice was not available. He has other obligations. So who was your second choice?
Joe. Yeah.
And did Joe pay you, or are you paying him?
Oh, I'm paying him for sure.
All right. So tell us who you shoot for, where you shoot out of, and then what your equipment is.
I shoot for Archery World, mainly out of Vancouver, but Vancouver and Troutdale. Shoot up here on Tuesday nights. Shooting a Hoyt Concept X with Excel Sight, Conquest bars, Spot Hog Rest, and Easton arrows.
And the color looks like that, I think that's real similar. I think we call that JC's favorite color, right?
Yeah, something like that.
All right. All right, still a 1 point game. Matt, 65. Charles, 64. Going to the third and final end. I expected some red buttons out of this group, but not yet. So we'll see what happens here. Remember, the red button is in play.
Solid 11. on the 9. That's on the 10-9 line. I don't know if it's going to make it or not. And if Matt can put the hammer down on this, he's going to want to. 10 for Matt. Neat thing about this game is a 10's not good enough anymore when you get to this level, and the archers feel it. They get mad when they shoot a 10. Looks like another 10 for Matt. And that second one for Charles may be an 11, and if he could get an 11 here, which he does, it may close the gap a little bit too. So we'll see after this end what it is.
A couple arrow calls. Too close for me to call. I didn't see any red buttons pushed, though. Little disappointing in the championship class, not gonna lie. I know Matt knows how to shoot him. He shoots them all the time in Troutdale. I think he doesn't want to shoot him because the last time he had to shoot 12s, I beat him. So that's probably why he doesn't want to shoot him. All right, double checking arrows down there. We expect tight matches in this group. All the archers very accomplished. Oh, the suspense. We got a tie. 96.
Coming to the last end, 96 to 96. They're shooting for $1,000 right now. So whoever wins this end is guaranteed $1,000, but they're going to try to shoot up. So this is a championship flight, obviously. You just won your flight. I'm sitting here with JC, shoots out at Advantage Archery in Twin Falls. She just posted a charity shoot that she put on there. We went down and filmed that. So congratulations on your win here. Talk about how you felt, and then you can explain what everybody's feeling up there right now.
Well, thank you. I was feeling pretty nervous. I was back here. I was shaking up there. I was like, oh my gosh, never been in this type of pressure, standing on the box and shooting for so much money and having the 12s and stuff. So it was pretty nerve-wracking. Well,
Hopefully you go back and you take that to them and tell them it'll be worth the trip and come out next year.
For sure, yes.
They've got some great shooters over there, so we want to see them over here for this too. So I know this year it conflicted with Datus Archery that has the Utah Open. We already deconflicted that for next year, so it's not going to be an issue because we want their archers to come to us and us to go to them too. So that's how we like to see it grow.
Yeah, and they have a lot of great archers shooting down there this weekend. That would have been awesome if we could have all been together.
Right.
For each shoot, that would have been great.
All right, here we come. We're going to call these arrows. Matt's at full draw. $11. You're going to see targets change more often too when they're hitting that 11 ring and it's close. They're going to change the targets every time they think it's hard to call, so that there's no question. And I'm following up by 11.
Arrow score just in case. Looks like they're both 11s, but let's double check. All right, go shoot the 11s.
Go to a second arrow.
Solid. Not even close to the 10 line, so he's feeling pretty confident, I'm sure, on those shots breaking like they are. Charles knows he needs to do the same thing too, and he does. So it's really good. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. So it's going to come down to this arrow. Somebody now, whoever's shooting second may have the advantage here because they're going into it last arrow tied, and they will be able to. This is the final arrow to see who's going to win. It would have been hard to call off of that last one if it was it, but this is going to be closest to the center arrow, and that's going to move somebody into guaranteed $1,000. One arrow is worth $1,000 right now. Oh, and the blow of the crowd.
Yes.
He put his head down. He didn't like it. There's a lot of pressure in right now, so I wonder how Charles is going to handle this. No one is there for him to take.
And we'll find out.
Oh, and he does.
He does it.
He does it with an 11 on top of it. So, dang. I know Matt's disappointed, but congratulations to Charles. He's going to move on and shoot against Kaylee. Kaylee just had wisdom teeth pulled out.
Yeah,
I told her from day one when she showed up, I thought she was having them pulled out the night after she shot her qual round, but she had them pulled out right before then, the day before. So I was like, I don't know if you're brave or dumb. And I was like, the jury's still out with me. But now here she is, second place in the championship. So I'm going to call it brave, right? She's guaranteed $1,500. Or, well, she could get bumped down to third because she's sitting in second right now. So she's guaranteed $1,000, and she can shoot her way all the way up to first place.
Right. I got my wisdom teeth taken out, and I was in bed for like a week straight, so I give her credit.
She was icing between every end, you know. So Isabel was getting her ice packs and keeping them in the freezer so she could.
For wisdom teeth to be moved on Thursday, and a wisdom teeth to move on Thursday. So quite an accomplishment.
And get
she
this,
doesn't like to.
since she doesn't have a division of her own. There's no pro women's division, so we lump them in with the championship. Some, like Matt, is not a pro, but he chooses to push himself. But the girls, if they have a pro card, are required to shoot in a championship division. Since there's not a women's division, whatever her purse is guaranteed 10% more. So that's what, if you don't have a division and you're forced to shoot in a tougher division, not by choice but by no options, then we put another 10% onto that purse.
Oh, that's super
So
cool.
she's going to be guaranteed another 10% on any winnings that she takes.
Wow, that's awesome.
And when there's enough to have a division, we'll create that. But in the meantime, we know they're capable of doing it to begin with. They're professionals, and this is just a way that we can encourage them to go for it.
And I think that's a great way to encourage them for sure.
Well, look, that's almost a donut right there. So that's what I call ODC, almost dead center. So Charles going to try to. Now he's starting to get in the groove here.
Yeah,
So
he is.
it doesn't look like he's going to have much problems unless those second in jitters come to her. Another good shot. Boy, she just moves a lot, but she just hammers right in the middle.
Oh, yes, she does.
Can't leave the door open on Kaylee because,
Anything can happen.
Yeah, Charles, that's just barely out of the 11, but that's enough for Kaylee to sneak right in there. And she does.
That's good.
And so, and she's going to capitalize on that. They're built that way, so that's one of the things that they kind of focus on is anytime there's a door open, you get it in there.
Charles, shooting out of Alaska. You guys have any kind of shoots up there like this? Or tell me a little bit about the Alaska archery scene.
So we don't have any money shoots. It's illegal to gamble in Alaska. So we just have like fun league nights, hang out. I shoot by myself about 75% of the time. Where I live, there's one other shooter. So when he's around, we train together.
Nice. So have you went to any larger tournaments around the country, or you stick to Alaska stuff, or how does it work for you?
When I was younger, I used to travel a lot, Nemes, South America, all over the United States. Now that I'm older, I mostly just try to stick around Alaska. I come down to the States sometimes to shoot. This year I won't be doing anything besides this one, possibly. So, we'll see.
Nice, nice. Sounds good. All right, after the first 10, Kaylee, 33, Charles, 32. Still anybody's game. Good start.
Good shot.
Yeah, absolutely, same hole. That's going to be a screamer. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell because of the way the shadows casted on it. It may be a 10, it may be an 11. Either way, do you see it reach straight up and start turning the sight because it's not where she thought it should be. Solid. So that is an inside out right there. So Charles, look, definitely he's got his jitters out now, so he's focused. And that one's going to be close as well, out the left. Sometimes it can poke out or just be on the line of the 10 and still catch the 11. And that one's the same way.
Yeah.
And you'll see new targets go up after this end again, just because they don't want that to be even questionable. A little bit low on Kaylee, yeah.
All right, into done.
Up again. So since Kaylee can't talk, we'll make her sister talk for her. All right, Isabel, you're in the coach's box. Tell us about Kaylee's sponsors and what she's shooting here.
She's shooting a PSC Super X 37, AE Denali bars, Freak Show rest, Excel scope and sight, Apex strings, Scott Longhorn, and gold tip arrows.
Nice. So I think pretty much everybody around this area knows about the Geisbuehler girls. Very accomplished archers, exceptionally good in the women's class, and compete very, very well in most open and even men's classes when they need to. So very good shooters at a young age with lots of victories under their belt. And we got a new match, 65-65. I won't ask about the strategy, but remember the red button's in play if you need it, if you don't want to take it to a tiebreaker maybe by chance.
Same hole again.
He's really just eating that hole up.
Yeah, solid. That's going to be hard to call. It tore the hole, but it looks like it may have caught that. Yeah, I think so, but of course we're not down there right at it either, so we'll let the judges call that. All right, that's a tall one for Charles. That's going to be a 10 for Kaylee. And looked a little
It
bit
looks like
more.
he caught it. I
Yeah,
think
he
he
caught
caught
it for
it.
sure, and he looked pretty relaxed during that
Yeah.
shot too. He knew that other one was way out,
Mhm.
and that's funny because now there's a lot of games that 10. Okay, you're super stoked to get it, but now he's disappointed to shoot a 10.
Yeah.
Right, so, because you know that's not going to get you where you want to go.
It's like a whole different game with X's as 11s.
It is. It is. You can't. You know, I've shot a lot of 300s with low X counts, which mean nothing here.
Little tidbit of information for this class. Since there is no women's championship class, we don't have the numbers. What Archery World did this year, add to the purse. So anybody shooting up a class, which Kaylee is doing in this case, she's shooting up in the Open Championship. Any winnings she get will be 10% will be added to that as an additional bonus for placing in the money in class above what she would normally shoot in. So nice little bonus that Archery World's thrown in this year. Little perk to encourage people to shoot up if they can or don't have the opportunity to shoot in another class. Step over here and ask Charles. He seems super calm. Is it nervous up there on the stage, or just another day at the archery shop for you?
We built a couple of these a couple years ago. We practice on them.
Oh, so you practice on them. Did you put the vibrator in like Joe did or not?
No.
Oh, looks like we got a winner here. Charles with the 97, Kaylee with the 96. Charles moving on. Kaylee's going to finish in third position. She's going to get a check for $1,000 with an additional 10% thrown in. So $1,100 for Kaylee for finishing third place in the championship class. Congratulations. All right, up next. Pretty sure he doesn't need any introduction. Top qualifier, shot a 759 in qualifying. Shot one of the cleanest 30Xs I've seen in a while, probably one of the cleanest Xs he said he shot in a while, Mr. Bodie Turner.
He can definitely win with that little bow.
Yeah, he takes that and we shoot it when we go to Cascadian on the
That
4th
at
of
the-
July.
Those that don't
They shoot it
follow
like
Bodie or
107
new to the
yards,
archery
110
scene.
yards.
At the elephant, right?
Yeah.
That's super fun.
Yeah.
Vegas champion.
He's flinging arrows.
Multiple NFAA championships. He's won the Archery World Classic. Have you won every Archery World Classic, Bodie? All right, so he's multi-time Archery World Classic champion. Multiple 660s, multiple perfect scores in qualifying.
Let's go.
So no introduction really needed, but young Mr. Turner going to face off against our number 4 qualifier, moving up through Charles Weinstein. Let's see if Charles can give him a little run for his money. And I know Mr. Turner knows how to push that red button, for sure. Bodie's going to shoot first. All right.
All right, so here we go. It's going to be the finals and the championship. And after this championship round, don't go anywhere because we're still going to shoot all the barebow men. That was the largest group. So Bodie's shooting first. Charles may be a sleeper, and I'll tell you why. I heard him say he's went to Nemes, and you only go to Nemes for one reason, and he shot all over the United States. So he could have been on a youth USA team or something that we don't know about, and he's just kind of fell back into the mist because he lives up in Alaska now.
Right. That was a good first shot from Bodie.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, same thing. Yeah, especially walking over here because you don't know what the lighting's like, if it's different. You experienced that too. You know, I don't know if it changes impact or it did here. It may next time too. Bodie with another 11. Did you feel like it impacted your shot at all?
It was a little darker on the practice range, which was a little bit different, but it wasn't bad at all. I didn't think it changed my impact or anything.
Another 11, so tied game. So who's got the most pressure on? Is it Bodie because he's won, so much and everybody's after him, or is it the person that's got to shoot against him?
I think the person that has to shoot against him, because it's like you're going against a world-renowned person who's won Vegas, who's back-to-back Lancaster champion. Like, if you can beat him, that's important.
Yeah.
Like 33s for both of them. We'll talk to Mr. Turner here first. So Bodie, let us know who your sponsors are and what equipment you're shooting right now this year, because we know you switch a little bit here and there.
Well, right now I'm shooting the White Concept X, Excel Sight, Excel Scope, AE Rest, Excel Bars, the Stand Release, and then Eastern Arrows.
Nice. So the big question, you don't have to divulge it, but have you picked a bow sponsor yet, or are you going to stay independent like you have been the last few years?
I'll probably sign at some point here sooner.
Nice. All right. Well, everybody is going to want to know when that happens. Hopefully you make a fantastic choice, and we know you'll have success whichever bow you shoot. All right, tie ball game. Looks like Charles is settling in well up there, going to give Bodie a run for his money.
All right. Solid X. We really almost don't expect anything else, but he only dropped 2 11s all weekend. I think he dropped 1 on the qual rounds and then 1 on the brackets. But I'm telling you what, Charles is putting it down right now.
He
so
really stepped his
under
game up
pressure.
for sure.
So maybe this sleeper mentality that I have here is maybe it takes pressure to get him to do this, you know, because sometimes people get complacent a little bit during the quals, and when you get under that pressure, you go back to what you already know. If he was already on a USA team, so he's matching him right now, shot for shot. And he sunk it. So they're going to probably need to shift that target. That's what they'll probably do. Yeah, they'll probably shift it over. It's getting shot up now. Oh, it was a.
You watched him throw
Yeah,
that,
it did, and it's a 10. So usually when you see that, it's going to be out in the 9 ring. But you know, he's throwing because he's seeing that movement out of the X. So that's telling you how locked in he is to the target.
So some international stuff. Any success at that level? You shoot on a national team or anything?
Yeah, I made the 2014 World Indoor Team for the USAT and Team Gold.
Nice, fantastic. So all over the world, all of various different countries. How long did you do that?
All through middle school and high school, and after I graduated high school, I figured I needed to get a job.
Archery wasn't paying the bills, huh?
Archery doesn't pay the bills sometimes.
Yeah, I understand. Especially at the USAT level, right? All right. Young Mr. Turner takes a 1 arrow lead, 1 point, 66-65. Still anybody's game.
Well, we found a secret out.
Yep, we thought it's kind of what we suspected. You don't say you go to Nemes for vacation.
Mr. Turner's going to
not if you shoot archery. You go to Nemes because you
make
shoot.
him shoot at that 12.
So he's used to shooting at little dots anyway. Then.
That's the strength
So
part of it.
now I'm wondering if he's going to call on this because Bodie's shooting first. So if he's going to have to call on the last end, but Bodie may jump ahead of him too because Bodie knows how to use that button, and he knows how to strategize, not going into the finals and ending up in a tie. So my suspicion is if Charles doesn't make a mistake, Bodie will hit on the last button
Right.
to secure it. Because if Charles hits and makes it, it would be a tie.
Okay, yep.
That would be my thought process if I was Bodie.
I agree.
Oh, he might have called it. Yeah, he did call it.
He did call it.
I don't know if he hit it though. It's
a
so
close
close.
one.
Yeah. There wasn't a lot of. It looks like it's a little low on Charles's, but he had to do it.
Either way, yep.
Yeah, he had to do it. 10. And Bodie's going to finish it just like he has for every championship division that we have, and walk away with the first place, $2,500, and Charles is going to get second place, $1,500, and you can't argue that. That's a great payday. I want to say thanks, JC, for being here. Thanks for sitting with me, and congratulations on your win.
Of course, thank you. I had fun doing this.
Awesome. And coming up next, we have the Men's Barebow Open, and that'll conclude the Archery World Classic.
It's down there.
So, unofficially.
Regardless, Charles came up here from down here from Alaska. Going to go help him with a check for about $1,500, so not bad. All right, final score, 99 for Bodie, 93 for Charles. Great showing, guys. Bodie Turner, Archery World Classic champion again. Charles going to take home a check for $1,500. Bodie, $2,500. Plus all that shot IQ contingency money. All right, let's give out some awards for the Men Open Championship. All right, what do we got? Third place, check for $173.
Curtis Myers. Curtis.
All right, we're getting ready for men's barebow now. We're going to talk to you about how it got there. It was the largest division that we had. There was 35 or 36 barebow archers. That meant for the brackets, there were 16 that shot through, narrowed down to 8, then narrowed down to the top 4, and there you're looking at them right now. You've got Raymond Hung. He won Lancaster last year, and sitting in second place is Chip Heffelfinger. Reagan's dad, that was in her box when she was shooting on the podium, he won Las Vegas, the World Archery Festival last year, but they could be upset by either Ken or Nolan, so they're not going to try to sit there in the place that they come in at. So Nolan's going to try to beat Ken, the winner's going to go after Chip, and then the winner's going to go after Raymond. Look at that prize payout, guys. This is first place for $1,444 for barebow men's. Second place, $578. Third place, $289.
Some guy wins all the strings. Matt Lindquist, you win a set of the right strings to go for some gas strings.
Take a minute to thank our sponsors again. We really appreciate all the support you've given us as we've tried to grow this shoot, all the support you offer Archery World as well. We need this in the pro shops. We want this. This is why Archery Northwest travels around the Northwest and films for as many shoots as we can. There's just two of us when we're on the road, and there's a little bigger team when we're here at our own home range, so we appreciate that very much. And you see that at the bottom, we're giving away $20,000 in cash and prizes this weekend. It's been pretty awesome. They're doing a little more door prizes right now, and then we're going to break right into that barebow.
Mark Hill going to take home a bear.
I heard him just give away a set of bright strings from Wade Smith. Lives up just north of Lacey here. So an awesome string builder. If you need something from him, feel free to give him a call, look him up, and he'll get you taken care of.
Next up, our largest class event.
If you're dropping off the bow to get work done in a shop, take it to your local shop, ask for bright strings. We sell them here. He'll ship them to you directly if you do your own work, but if you need a shop to help you with that, go to your local shop, ask him for a set of bright strings, and he'll get them to them too.
3 places deep. Third place is going to get a check for $289. Second place, $578. And the winner of this class is going to take home a check for $1,444. Men's barebow, fourth place. race qualifier, Mr. Noel Wilson.
So stay tuned for some more information about the Archery World, or the Archery Northwest Co-op. So we're building that right now. We're working on the software. As we have more information, we will put that out at archerynorthwest.com. So follow that website and follow us on Instagram, and we'll post when more things and more information is available. We're turning into right now the top two, or the number 3 and number 4 seeded archer in the men's barebow. Again, there's a lot of fighting to get to this spot. To get to the podium, you had to run through 36, 35 other archers. So it's a
All right, we'll start with you, Ken. Let's get a little information, where you're from, what club you shoot out of, any sponsors, and then what equipment you shoot.
Shoot out of Kansas. We're out here just for the fun of it, I guess. It was a long drive, but this tournament's worth it. So, shoot a old Gilo G1 with Uka limbs, Easton, what are they? Super Drives. Lawrence, Kansas is the club. It's Fullerton's Archery.
All right, fantastic. That's a long drive. So what made you make the trip out here?
Unfortunately, work.
Unfortunately, work. So work and then the barebow tournament.
Don't tell anybody, but I'm supposed to be at work right now.
Oh, we won't. Nobody will see you. Don't worry. All right. Early lead for Ken, 30 to Nolan's 20 after the first end. But as everybody in the crowd knows, this is barebow, so anything can happen.
All right, Ken qualified with a 666 after his qual and brackets, and he had to go through 2 brackets. So their scores are going to be slightly higher compared to like Olympic archers, Olympic recurves that might not have went through so many bracket rounds. And then Nolan, a local here, shoots awesome. First round didn't go so much the way he wanted, but it's okay. A lot can happen. It looks like Ken has a pair of 8s. There you go, pull it back into the 9. Oh man, an 11 for Ken. That's solid. Remember, there's no sights. They're using the string blur, the edge of their riser, or the tip of their arrow. Oh, he called it. He called the 12. He had to. You can call the 12 each end, and he's going to probably call it on the last end too. He had to shoot at it.
All right,
shoot bare
Nolan,
bow. He missed it by about an
Tell
inch.
us where you shoot out of, what equipment you're shooting, and any sponsors you might have.
I shoot out of Archery World Lacey. It's the home range. Shooting a Win ATF DX 27-inch MXT XP limbs, pulling about 38 pounds. A biter plunger, hardcore grip, and Gabriel bi-drop rest. Oh, and the Victory VFTs 600 spine.
Nice, nice. No sponsors. All right. We've seen you around quite a few times here at the Archery World. How many times did you shot the Classic?
This is my second time. Last year got second, so we'll see. I mean, that's not looking too pretty, but we'll see how the rest of the match goes.
Second last year and got your work cut out for you, but you never know. After two ends, 57 for Ken, 43 for Nolan. Let's see what the third end brings.
Got away from him a little bit. So if Nolan can capitalize off of it, he might pull him back in. And he wasn't able to, so he actually didn't change any score there, so he shot the same thing. And he kind of saw him kind of squinch up his shoulders, it's like he's probably telling himself to relax and do your job, do what he knows he can do. And he got second last year because he can shoot, I can tell you that. Just Ken's feeling a little of that second in jitters right now, it looks like. And so that's going to pick up a couple of points, maybe 3. And Ken's last arrow is an 8. See if Nolan takes advantage of that or not. You got to remember, these bare bows, they can have short weights on them, but it has to fit through a 10.2 centimeter ring. He didn't. He shot a 5 or 4. It's just not. Nolan's not feeling it this year.
Looks like Ken's going to take this one home, but we'll double check the scores just to make sure. So Ken, being from Kansas, you shoot any big shoots similar to this one? Do you go to the Lancaster Classic, anything like that?
No, we signed up to go to Lancaster this year, so that's why we're kind of doing all this crazy stuff.
Nice, nice. You shoot Midwest stuff, or you go any of the ASA stuff, anything crazy like that, or just local stuff?
Local stuff, just local stuff. This is first year really getting into target stuff, so.
Nice. Well, first year in target, being on the podium here at one of the larger classes here and one of the more competitive classes, pretty good accomplishment for just getting going. All right, final score, 75 for Ken, 60 for Nolan. Nolan going to step off the stage in 4th position in the barebow class. Ken going to stay up there and face our number 2 qualifier. Out next, Chip Heffelfinger. All right, looks like Chip's going to move Ken over to the left side. He's going to take the right side. And Chip, you want to shoot first or second?
I'll shoot first.
All right, Chip's going to shoot first. All right, as they're setting stuff up, Chip, we'll ask you the questions. Out of Idaho, Nampa, we know that from earlier. How long you been doing this? Sponsors, and what are you shooting?
Been shooting since 1982 as a kid, shooting barebow since 2016. No sponsors at this time, but I do work at Shields in the archery department, so maybe something will come out of that. I am shooting an old Sky Conquest from the early 90s and some Hoyt Formula X-Tour limbs that I converted over to fit it. Homemade weights, AAE Elite, free flight rest, biter, plunger, Yoast tab, and some Easton X23 2314s.
All right, fantastic. And if I'm not mistaken, did you win this event last year?
I did.
All right, so Chip is the defending champion trying to get himself another buckle. All right, first end, whenever you're ready.
So we're in the booth now with Scott Allen, the winner of the men's open. Congratulations on that. You shoot out of the knock point just north of Seattle. And how did that feel? You're going to get to talk about it as you watch these men's barebow shoot. So Chip Hempelfinger won Las Vegas last year, so he won the World Archery Festival. And then if he beats Ken, he'll go on to face Raymond Hong, which won Lancaster last year also. So you got those two prestigious shoots, and two of those archers are here right now, and Ken's here to upset either one of them.
It's a pro level match for sure.
Yeah. So when you were up there, you're feeling the shakes, you're feeling all that stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you're going to take that back. Do you do any coaching up there?
I don't coach myself. I usually advise some of my shooters who are getting into target compound. And I'm getting coaching from the new manager up at Next Up Archery.
Okay, gotcha. So we're looking at, looks like Chip shot at 28 on his first end, and it looks like that looks like that's going to be a 23 for Ken on his first end. It's unofficial.
All right, Ken. Relatively new to the barebow and the competition scene. How is it standing up on that box? Any nerves, or how's it feel up there?
They're getting worse, not better.
That's the wrong way, huh? That's the wrong way it's supposed to go. Yeah, so probably haven't shot anything quite like this before, so a new experience standing up there in front of everybody and getting the added pressure of standing on a stage?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Nice. Well, hopefully you shoot well at Lancaster and maybe you get the chance to do it again.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right. After the first end, Chip with a 28, Ken with a 22.
All right. So maybe a little bit less like men's open, where you can't miss an X, it doesn't feel like. When you're shooting barebow, you can be a 6-point game, and it can still be anyone's game at this point, because fingers, a string alignment, you know, using the tip to aim, so many variables in this genre of shooting compared to where it's almost like bench rest rifle, where you're expected never to miss.
Yeah.
Here it can happen. We've seen it happen at every stage of the game.
I always say barebow is the most fun to watch because anything can happen at any point.
Mm-hmm. And there you go, Chip starting out. He's not going to give anything to Ken. He's wanting to shoot against Raymond, and Ken's got to stop him, right? So.
Yep.
And Ken just had mentioned to Dave as he was talking that his nerves are getting worse, not better. They've not calmed down yet. So we call it, oh man, the Chip's falling up. So I shoot with Chip a lot in Nampa, Idaho. And it's not uncommon for him to be posting up in the mid 280s all the time, you know, and he's stacking arrows. I don't know how many arrows he goes through, you know, a year, but it's going to be quite a bit shooting at single spots all the time. All right. A letdown. So he doesn't have much of a crawl, if you notice, compared to some of them, especially as you look at the women string angles. Oh, yeah. So a 31. Maybe a 32. I don't know.
I'm thinking it's a 32.
Yeah, it could be. I think he's shooting a 23. I think that's the diameter he's shooting. I don't think he shoots a lot of USA stuff, but he's always going to have some 23s ready.
Yeah. It's hard to shoot 27s with a recurve.
Yeah.
All right, Chip. I noticed that first end, you pushed the red button immediately. If I remember right, you told Reagan never push the red button.
That's correct. Yeah, I pushed it just in case on the first shot I collapsed and it would fall until I get a bead on what the lighting is here.
Oh, so good strategy, just in case it hits it. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, since he's driving, he doesn't have to worry about it. He can push it as much as he wants. Sounds like maybe next time Reagan may change her strategy. She may start pushing that red button just in case. Yeah. All right. Chip extending his lead a little bit, 59-44 over Ken.
All right,
going into the third and final end.
As far as Chip's concerned, if nothing dramatic happens, he'll get to do his face-off that he was looking for against Raymond. There's anything can happen, and Ken can put it down. That is what makes barebow so fun to watch. So are you going to be taking over are you working in the pro shop side, or are you working in, what are you doing?
I am working over in the pro shop side. I was trained by Bill and the owner who's been up there for 40 years. He's took me under his wing a few years ago, and I've really picked up on tuning, and it's made me a better shooter as well.
Awesome. All right, so starting out with, it looks like an 11 there. Well, we'll be coming to see you guys at the Knock Point too, as we're forming this co-op of pro shops around the area. You're on my list. It's just how you see what we do here with our time, learning all this technical stuff and putting these up. But it's an interest I'd imagine that they'll have up there too, so that we can combine forces and work together to get that right product in the customer's hand at the right time. Oh man, Chip's doing his thing, so I'm used to seeing this. This is why he won Vegas.
Yeah.
And oh man,
beautiful shot process.
Oh yeah, so this is exactly why we started this match and made it a Lancaster style, because we wanted to send that was really the first big shoot of the year, and then leads right into Vegas. So we wanted everyone to be able to feel that pressure before they get there, so they know how to deal with it when they're there.
Finish, gonna take home a check, $289 for third place. Great shooting, Ken. We appreciate the support. All right, as they're down there tallying the final scores, swapping out targets. We'll get our number one qualifier back here to the line.
Just taking
All
a
right,
second.
final score, 90 for Chip, 66 for Ken.
Wow. Now 90 out of 99.
They will refresh the targets as we call out our number one qualifier. Coming down from Canada. Is it Wang? Raymond Wang. All right, Raymond is the top qualifier. You're going to move Chip over to the left, and Raymond, you're going to want to shoot first or second? All right, Raymond's going to shoot first. So as they're hanging the targets, we'll get a little information. I believe last year's Lancaster Archery Classic champion, correct?
It was a blurb. I think that's what happened.
So champion of Lancaster Classic. How long have you been shooting the bow? And what equipment and what are your sponsors?
So I would have been shooting for about 3.5 years now in total. Took a break in between when I first started. Sponsors include Hoyt, Easton, Wujak, and Jaeger, as well as Boardman's Archery. I'm pretty sure I forgot someone, so forgive me, my sponsors. They've been a phenomenal help, and they really helped me get into these events.
Fantastic. And you're coming down from BC. Which part of BC? Southern BC, Vancouver area?
Yeah, Vancouver, BC, not Vancouver, Washington. I realize that now I'm in Washington. I have to be specific which Vancouver I'm from.
Is that the good Vancouver or the bad Vancouver?
No comment.
All right, looks like the targets are set up. Whenever you're ready, give Gene a nod over there and he'll get the timer started.
All right, well, here we go. You don't see this very often at a local shoot. It's really nice to see both of these competitors here coming from, out of country and from Idaho. It's a long ways to get here, just to make sure that they're preparing themselves for these bigger shoots to begin with. And eventually we expect ours to be a really large shoot too. It takes a few years though.
It's getting bigger and bigger every year.
Yeah. So Raymond maybe not happy with that first shot, but it's not going to change anything at this point because Chip did the same thing.
There we
Oh,
go.
he's already smoking 11s. Just off the, about mid-ring 9 on that one. Or no, I'm sorry, that one's a low 9. His first arrow, I got it confused. Ditto on that one. So Chip needs this 10 or an 11, and he got it. So, all right,
Fantastic.
I wrote a definition.
All right, now he's getting the
of bare
crowd
bows for
pumped up.
T-shirts, and I sold them out at one of the shoots.
So
there
Chip,
were a lot of.
in your
just a
travels around
crazy
the
group
barebow
of
class, have you
people.
ever shot against Raymond before?
I have. I shot against him in Vegas 2 years in a row. Right? Did you shoot last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how'd that go? Oh, nobody wants to say.
I won Vegas this year.
That's correct. You are a Vegas champion, yeah. So we got a Vegas champion against a Lancaster Archery Classic champion. Fantastic. And we got a tie score down there, 29-29. All right, let's do it, guys. Let's put on a little show for these barebow enthusiasts out there.
Yeah, on my definition, I also mentioned there were a crazy bunch of people that run around yelling weird stuff like barebow out in the middle of nowhere, and then they dress funny.
Yep.
It's part of the gig. Maybe a little low, but it's a solid 10. Chip was starting out with a 9. Ooh, that's out there, so that may be an 8. Chip's, I don't know if Chip stepped on the button or not, but that's down there too, so that may be a 7. It's low.
Doesn't look like his button's on.
No, it's not, so that was just a mistake that he made there. So he's at the 8-7 line.
That's why I like my coach's strategy of just hit the button during
Yeah.
the round and just see what happens.
Yeah. All right, so he came back from it a little bit. I'm not even gonna be able to add the score up.
So Raymond, being from Vancouver, southern BC, what's the barebow scene like up there? Is it thriving or a little sparse, or how's it compare to down here in the States?
There's definitely a lot more barebows in the States, but the archery community is extremely supportive of barebow in all of Canada, really. Yeah, we get to, while I don't always get to compete with other barebows at my local club, I get to shoot and play match plays against guys like Brian Maxwell. Yeah, it's really fun beating him because he cries really bad.
Fantastic, yeah.
I'm not saying I've done it. I'm just saying, hypothetically.
I don't think he's impressed. All right. Ooh, we still got a tight one. Chip takes a 1-point lead, 57-56. Going to the third and
needed
final
that
end.
11. So that 11 changed the game. That was an
The
important arrow.
red button is in play if you need to shoot a 12.
What are they going to do here? What's your prediction, Scott?
I think Raymond's going to go for the 12.
Yeah. I mean, he might wait until he's got to decide before. So Chip's at advantage by being last. So he's going to, if he can add fast in his head, and he's got a coach that's adding up for him, and that's Reagan in his box, then if they know what he's got to do, he will go for it, obviously.
Absolutely. After Brian beat Jet in the men's Olympic bracket, I challenged him to an exhibition match up at our shop.
Nice.
With my Olympic recurve.
Nice. Oh, out on the 8 ring. Chip smells blood now. Oh, Chip followed it too, so
it's a close one.
It's coming down to the last arrow. It's almost like they're doing this on purpose, but obviously there's a lot of pressure.
A shoot-off would be amazing right now.
Chip's still got a 1-point lead. The red button is pushed, so he's going to shoot at it. Oh. Now, what's Chip do? Chip's just going to shoot in the middle, I think.
Do you think he backed out at the end on the 12?
I think he didn't. I think he didn't have to put the pressure on him. And I think the pressure was taken off of him is what I think happened. So, Scott, thanks for sitting with us, guy. I appreciate it very much. We'll be up to see you as soon as we can do our travels and rounds here in the next month or so.
Thank you very much.
All right, buddy.
Great shooting, guys.
The pressure
All right,
is
here we go.
intense.
Final scores coming up. Chip takes the win. 83-81. Great match, guys. Fantastic job. Chip Heffelfinger defends his 2023 title. Going to take home a nice big check and a fancy belt buckle. Congratulations. All right. We will give out some awards now and do our final giveaways. Up first.
Championship class.
All right, guys, there you have it. That concludes the Archery World Classic. We're so glad that you got to watch. We're so glad we got to present it. We love the participation. We couldn't ask for anything more. We're going to grow this next year again, and we're going to put it in a venue. So stay tuned for that and the location. And we will try to get to you if you are in another shop that you have an exciting shoot or a club that has an exciting shoot that we can support that we're not already booked up for. We'll try to do that too. So feel free to reach out to me at joe@archeryworld.net or joe@Archery Northwest. Until next time, we'll see you. Signing off.
Taking home $1,100.